You got, yep.
It's 3 o'clock. We're going to call the meeting to order. All council members are present. Town manager, town attorney, town clerk, members of the public. We'll start, as always, with the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We gather here today intent on doing good work. We seek to represent fairly and well those who have given us this task. May our efforts be blessed with insight, guided by our understanding and wisdom. We seek to serve with respect for all. May our personal faiths give us strength to act honestly and well in all matters before us. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is this me or you?
Since we did just have the pledge, I'll just make a quick announcement. Most of you probably heard already that the Queen of England died a little while ago. So Queen Elizabeth, she was queen for 14 of our presidents and served a good long tenure over there in England. So we'll remember the royals today.
Long live the king.
Long live the king. Okay, the next item is the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just have a question and possibly a parliamentary inquiry. It seems like last year, for the public hearings on the budget section, I believe and I think it's a good idea, I believe we had discussion on the tentative budget, item C first, then tabled it, and then by statute, we're required to vote on the millage rate first, and then we went back to the millage rate, voted on the millage rate, and then we voted on the budget. It just seems logical to have the conversation on the budget first, and then adopt the millage rate, then we can come back and formally adopt the budget, if there's no objection.
Is that for this meeting or the meeting at 5?
Meeting at 5,
Yeah. Should we address it then or address?
however you want to handle it.
I think the way we did it, though, is we didn't actually change the agenda. We just tabled it and changed the order during that part. We didn't actually do it as part of the
However,
agenda.
yeah,
although It doesn't matter.
however people want to proceed, I just thought that'd be a good, it seems to be a good procedural way to approach it.
I'm certainly willing to table it when it comes time to do it that way, Jim.
Very good, thank you.
When it comes to the final agenda, though, I would like to request that we remove the LCSO outreach trailer from the consent agenda for discussion.
Okay. Anything else?
Having said that, I'll move to approve the final agenda as amended.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Next item is public comment. Madam Clerk.
First up, I have Forrest Kritzer, and behind Forrest, I will have Ellen Vaughn.
Forrest. Please.
Forrest Kritzer for the record, and thank you, Mayor, and council. I just want to bring to note something that's been talked about, and I need to set the record straight, and I've only got 3 minutes. I've never done nothing in 3 minutes, but I'm going to try. All right, Forrest Kritzer, I was on CRAB trying to establish some kind of memorial for the veterans that, somewhere in the town, and Joanne Champ, I believe was her name at the time, says, "Butch, you can't rush government. It moves slow." I said, okay, but I'm still going to hold it. And Bill and I approached that during CRAB and kept it on the forefront. And finally, the Bayfront Park situation came up and it says we might have found a place. I said, all right, so we'll take it off our agenda finally after a year and a half. And Bill worked with me and found different sites that would look good and in his travels that he did, and sent me pictures and statues, and I had some that we tried to show people. And then I came to the meeting, and when Bay Park was first came out and they showed it on the screen and everything, I stood up and says, hey, wait a minute. I don't see the Vietnam, I don't see a memorial place for anything on Bay Park. And someone in the council, and I wish I knew which member it was, but I don't remember, it says, well, can't we put it in there? And they said, sure. He said, we can add that into this concept somewhere. So you did. And that was a great thing. And I appreciate that for doing that. Then the council decided that, well, we need somebody to spearhead it, and it was thought it'd be a good idea for the public to take charge of it instead of the town council because of the sunshine law and talking to each other. We, the people, the citizens could get together and try to formulate something. So again, Bill contacted me with y'all's request and with your grace. And he gave me the concept of what was the idea and where it was going to go and everything. And so I started approaching certain leaders. And then I thought, of course, we had to have a 501c, we had to have this, we needed a counselor, we needed this, and it was way over my head. But I kept pushing, and then COVID hit. And then there was nobody talking or meeting. And then I approached, I'll say, a couple of the veteran clubs in town and tried to spark interest, and I could not find that interest. Bill kept contacting me, can I give a report? Something I said, Bill, I have nothing. I haven't gotten anything done. And Bill says, we're going to get this done one way or another for us. And I said, I appreciate that. And I'm here to tell you that I appreciate what the council has done and how far we've come with that. And it's no fault of you folks that that's not there. If they want to jump on somebody, they can jump on me because I was the one appointed to try to get it done, and I didn't get it done. And I thank you all very much for what you're doing.
Appreciate that, Forrest. Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest.
Next.
Ellen Vaughn.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Vaughn. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I live at 7500 Estero Boulevard, and I'm actually here to plant a pre-seed for the meeting that's coming up at 5, and that is your budget meeting. And I'm just announcing that I have strong concerns about the fee schedules that have been announced. I seem to be announced in the press before it was announced anywhere else. And the percentage of increases is just gobsmackingly, whatever. And I just would like to let you know that I think I'm not alone in being concerned about that, so I came early so I could say that first, and I'll say it again later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Weber, are you talking during the fee schedule item, or? No, I'm going to talk now. Okay. Chris Weber.
Hey everyone, Chris Weber, Mid-Island Water Sports. I operate down on the south end. How is everyone? I'm only going to discuss on one thing, and it's the history of the PWVL license. And you know, I hear from everybody that we haven't had an increase in 20-something years, and that's really not the case. It was in somewhat of a roundabout way, but in 1996, the PWVL was created and adopted by the town of Fort Myers Beach. In that, we were considered more of an amenity to a commercial property resort. And in that, we were allowed to do chairs, paddle boards, wave runners, paddle boats, parasailing, aquacycles, kayaks, etc. Our tractors were included. Our raking permits were included. Golf carts, trailers, the trailers that we use for storage were all included in that $170. Then, of course, they took out the parasailing out of the PWVL and made their own parasail ordinance in Fort Myers Beach. So that created revenue off of the PWVL for the 7 parasailers. So they started collecting $170 out of the PWVL license. Then they came up with the vehicle permit, which we, at the time, were allowed to have the vehicles, the tractor, the raking, all of that. So they came up with a vehicle permit, which was $100 per. So that same location that might have 2 tractors, 2 trailers, and a golf cart were all now $100 a piece. So that $170 that was originally adopted with the, absent the splitting of it with the parasailer, then we add the trailer. So that same location that was $170 is now $670. And then they came in and said, well, you know what? We are going to say that all of the extra stuff is not included. If you, we're gonna call PWVL personal watercraft vending license only. You can only do chairs at that property, and you can only do wave runners. So all the paddlecraft were restricted from the PWVL. So we lost that revenue. So here we are at $670, and then here comes the chair permit. We have the chair permit, and they said, okay, the chair permit's gonna be $100. So that same location that was at $170 is now at $770. Okay, so we're at $770, and then at that time, you could do your neighboring properties' chairs if you were exactly touching that property. So let's just talk about one location that has a PWVL in the middle and has 2 chair rentals on both sides. So that was $770. And then they came in and said, well, actually, you know what, we want $100 per property. So that one property went from $770 to $970. And then they came in with raking permits, which were $2,500 apiece. So real quick, so that one location is now up to $1,045 for the same thing that the $170 was for. So last but least, last year I paid $2,265 for my permits. If this passes, I will be at $16,525. Thank you.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Yes, sir. No, sir. Okay, ma'am. Miss?
Hi, thank you, Council, for the opportunity to be heard today. My name's Lisa. I've been a Fort Myers Beach resident for over 12 years. I own a small business and have been a vendor on the island since the first Santini Market. I'm here today to voice my concerns over the proposed special event fees increase and also the complaints that have been raised surrounding the beach markets. First, let me say I was very surprised to hear and have never witnessed any code violations. With regards to parking, since the current market managers took over after Bonnie Roberts' passing, vendors at Santini are required to park behind their tents, freeing up space for both market and plaza customers. And at the church, parking is smoothly provided with volunteer assistance there. With regards to trash, vendors are required to take the trash with them when they pack up. The market managers go around the end and strictly enforce this. On Wednesday, as you know, it's recycling day. And in high season, we witness almost every week overflowing recycled containers at the vacation rentals across the street from the church. Glass inevitably ends up in the street where cars smash it. Even though it's not the market's responsibility, some vendors try to take care when they see it. Now, as far as the current market management goes, all I can say from experience is that it's not an easy feat to run a successful market for years on end. Personally, over the years, we've tried a dozen markets, personally, both on the island and in the local area, that have completely failed in their first year. They're just gone. This management team's experience and efforts have benefited not only vendors, but especially the church missions and the customers who rave about our markets. I would also like to address another benefit to the town of Fort Myers Beach. What you may not realize is all of the free advertising you are receiving via the market management and all of the vendors themselves. Most, if not all, the vendors have social media accounts and/or online shops that connect with seasonaires, visitors, and residents, drawing them to the market and encouraging them to come to the beach. We have regular customers coming from all over Southwest Florida and seasonaires who are like family and can't wait to visit. And when they get here, the market might be their first stop, but then they go to Truly Scrumptious and they get ice cream. Or they go to Skies and get breakfast. Or they take the trolley up to Times Square and continue to spend money and add value to our community. Finally, I'm personally concerned about this proposed fee increase because we've already seen a 20% increase in our vendor fees for the upcoming season. If this vote passes, vendors will end up paying more to set up on the beach. The reality is that the market and residents suffer. Quality vendors will leave and take their customers with them off the island. And vendors that are left will be forced to raise their prices, so it hurts the visiting customers and the residents alike. So in conclusion, I would ask that you reconsider the proposed fee increase and vote no today. Thank you very much for your time.
Lisa, what's your last name?
Cabak, Sawbuck.
C what?
C-A-B-A-K, Sabak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We need it for the record, thank you. Yes, this man was first, Jennifer, excuse me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Matthew Pluskovic. I operate Banana Boat Tours and Rides behind the Junkanoo. Keep this short and sweet. It's in regard to the fee schedule increases. Every dollar spent is budgeted for in our line of work. And where we see it most wise is to pass on savings to our customers. These proposed increases make it very difficult to create a fair market price of rental. We at Banana Boat Tours and Rides stepped up the quality of our rental services by offering a pristine environment and the best equipment available to increase revenue on the basis of quality, not quantity. A nominal increase is more than understandable, but by nominal in the seas of proposed increases in the are unfortunately still exorbitant. A nominal increase in this case would be something south of 100% fee schedule. As for the BFVL, I would need further justification of fee schedule increases prior to making a opinion on that. Thank you for your time. Let's come to some kind of a compromise here. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Jennifer?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town
It's
Council.
good afternoon now.
Oh, right. So weird. 3 o'clock, okay. My name is Jennifer Rusk, and I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I'm here to ask that you please reconsider the fee hike from $1 to $100 per event for the farmers market. Local organizations and community members have requested that the Murph pop-up setup on the south end of the island at Santini Farmers Market to be a resource of information for the visitors and the community. Some have even requested this at town council meetings under public comment. I hope to be there for this coming up season. The farmers market is a great place to walk to without having to drive to pick up your produce for the night's dinner, or to look at for a little unique handmade gift for a friend's birthday. It is also a place to meet up with old friends we haven't seen for a while, or to make new ones. Please consider that some of the vendors are local and work at the market to help supplement their income. It is also a place, the hard-working artists, farmers, and small businesses are not getting rich. They are not there to make a living, or they are there to make a living. The farmers market is an asset to our community, and it would be disappointing to lose it. Thank you, make good decisions today, and have a great day.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I'm going to ask you to remove your hat, please. Thank you.
Hello, I am Trevor Hockett, a representative of Paradise Parasailing. I would like to read an email from the owner, Chase Hussey, for public record. Good afternoon, Town Council. This email is in regards to the proposed PAL Parasail Activity License fee increase. As Fort Myers Beach business vendors, the proposed PAL fee increase from $170 to $1,200 per license is a huge leap of more than 700%. We agree that the burden of processing from the administrative side, coupled with the enforcement of these licenses each year, should be the financial responsibility of the licensee. Therefore, we ask how this large increase is justified and where the disbursement of said funds are being allocated for processing and enforcement by the town of Fort Myers Beach. We agree that there needs to be an updated and reasonable renewal increase, but as a local small business owner, these increases seem rather extreme in a one-year period. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. If anyone could provide answers, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak? Yes. Sharon.
Good afternoon, Town Council. My name is Sharon Faircloth. I'm the owner of Holiday Water Sports, Fort Myers Beach. We have 3 locations on the beach, one at Pink Shell, one at Best Western, and one at Diamond Head. I'm here today to express my disagreement with the proposed fee increase for the PWVL the PAL, and the BFVL, Beach Furniture Vending License. That one's kind of a mouthful. The current rate for the PWVL and PAL is $170 per year per license. The current rate for the BFVL is $100 per year after the initial fee of $250 if a new business starts up. Currently, the total per year for all three of my locations for just these permits is $980. So this doesn't include the vehicle permits or raking permits or any other permits. If the new fees are adopted, my total for the same licenses per year will increase to $8,400 per year. If every year was like 2021, folks, I mean, this amount wouldn't really be a huge hardship. But 2021 is over. That was an anomaly year. The beach was extremely busy. Okay, our numbers have already gone back to pre-pandemic. And this huge increase is a huge hardship moving forward. I can understand the necessity of increasing the fees to some degree. They haven't been increased since 1996. But if you take one license at the current rate of $170 and you increased it even a little bit each year, 4% or so since 1996, you still would not come up to $1,200 per license per year. It's a huge increase. Is the town trying to make these licenses only affordable to big corporations and not for us small business people? I'm asking you to reduce the fee proposed by at least 50% in order to be more in line with a reasonable increase for small business owners. Thank you. And if you don't mind, I also have an email from Rob Ramadan from Wind and Water Sports. Could I have time to read that as well, please? Okay. So again, Rob Ramadan from Wind and Water Sports. Good morning, or it's afternoon. I'm reaching out to you all this morning in regards to the proposed beach furniture vending permit fee increase. I'm going to keep this email simple and short. I believe the potential 1,200% increase from $100 to $1,200 speaks for itself. I'm not opposed to a fee increase. It's completely understandable, but it must be fair. I reviewed other proposed permit fee increases, and with minimal research, I found that the average increase across the board was 8 to 10%. For example, a roof permit may increase from $400 to $425, and a pool permit from $675 to $700. Why is there a 1,200% increase for this and other beach vending permits? That's a question he's asking. Yes, there hasn't been an increase in the past, but that is arguably a mistake within past administrations. It's not fair to put that burden on the vendors, especially all at once. Thank you for your consideration, and please do not increase the cost of this permit 1,200%. I believe there won't be any opposition if the fees are increased at a similar rate as the other permit fee increases. Thank you, Rob Ramadan. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Next item is local achievements, recognitions, and appointments. We'll start down with you, Councilman Veach. Anything today?
No, I'd just say coming up, we have the Island Hopper Songwriting Contest, and I know that's probably be after our next meeting, but I just want to get it out there because it's such a great event.
Very good.
Nothing this afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing today?
Councilman Allers?
Yeah, I just want to take a second to thank the Public Safety Committee, the residents that had emailed me, as well as the Public Safety Committee, town staff, Roger, the Fire Chief, Ron Martin, and his staff, Commissioner Ray Sandelli and his staff. I'm happy to announce that as of Tuesday, they approved the funding to install the RFB walking crosswalk for Linnell Road. It's been a long process. It's going to take a little bit to get it installed, but it has been approved and it will be going in. So thank you to all those that put in the hard work to make it happen.
Who was that approved by?
Lee County Commissioners.
Okay. The next item is advisory committees, items and reports. I see we have Kathy from Anchorage Advisory Committee.
Mayor, after Kathy, we also have Karen Woodson for BORCAB.
Of course.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are all of you? I hope good. I'm going to make a very short report, and then we have a fee that we are going to advised that our committee made a vote for our fee schedule. Just two things. I think I haven't been before this committee since we had our Cruisers Appreciation Day for the first time, not at Matanzas. We had it under the bridge March 25th, under the bridge in the parking lot next to the dinghy dock. We had a food truck and we had a pop-up bar by Yucatan. It was very well attended, and we thought it went very well. It was a change for us. We have a few kinks to work out, but I think we're all thinking that we will do it again. The other thing that we've been working on is we've been working on the harbor management plan. We started probably in February or March, I believe, and it's a long process. I've been on the Anchorage Advisory Committee since 2007, and it's probably my third or fourth time through it. But there were things to clean up since the town has taken over the Upland facility, so that's an ongoing project and a long one. Staff came to us at our meeting in June about the fee schedule, the rent for the mooring balls. I looked back through a lot of meeting minutes and tried to find out when the last time we upped our fees, and it's got to be 4 or 5 years. I couldn't find anything in our minutes, but we asked them to, they at that time were saying they wanted to raise the fee schedule 32%. We asked them to look around and see what other mooring fields around were charging, and they came back with about 7. Some of them are on this coast, some are on the other. It's a little, it's kind of almost apples to oranges because everybody has different upland services, and so, you know, you kind of have to look at it with a grain of salt in that, but we were definitely on the low end and need to up our fees. Currently, our daily fee is $18, our weekly fee is $106, and our monthly fee is $322. When I put 32%, that would be it would up it to 24. I guess they're asking for 25 for a daily fee, the staff. They want to do away with the weekly fee. Our committee is not in favor of that. And the monthly fee is, I think, $415 or $420. The committee voted in August that we would like to up the fees 25%. It's still a big jump, but it would, we're looking at 25% across the board, $23 a day, weekly $133, monthly $405. That's our recommendation. I strongly recommend, even if you go with staff's proposal, that you keep a weekly fee. I think it would be very prohibitive for some of our shorter-term visitors to pay $23, $25 a day and stay for 2 weeks. I think we have a lot of people that do that, so I would strongly urge, whatever we do, that we keep a weekly fee. But as I say, the AAC voted to go 25% across the board.
Questions for Kathy?
I just wanted to add one thing that I thought was an interesting fact from the AAC meeting, that it was reported by staff that this summer we have had over 80% occupancy rate, which is never happened before during the off-season. So the occupancy rate on the mooring field is definitely a surprise. At least to me, it was a surprise that it's maintained that throughout the summer, and something for us to all know and consider when it comes to the fact that we're working on the expansion and all that. It does seem to be quite justified that our occupancy rate is staying high even in the off-season.
And if I might add on to that, we had a waiting list over the winter for 3 or 4 months, which is the first time ever. Now, part of that, I think, is our fee was the lowest around. That was part of it. But from what I understand from people that cruise and have boats, it was really extremely hard to find any kind of mooring anywhere in the state. Docks, mooring fields, anywhere. Everybody was full. But we have kept our occupancy up, and I expect going forward we will be doing that. We've always had a dip in the summer because obviously everybody does too. But I expect that we will be full going forward.
Kathy, quick question, as I've looked around at some of the fees in some of the other areas around the state, the fee increases seem to be somewhat in line with everything that I've read. One thing that I did notice, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it or not, is I noticed that one of the models that I saw was they charge by the foot for dinghies, for boats. With the expansion of the mooring field, has there been any discussions in the Anchorage Advisory Committee about maybe taking on that model of charging per foot if we're gonna have bigger vessels in here?
Mostly the charge by foot is at a dock, though there are a couple of mooring fields that charge, if you're like 30 feet and under, it's a certain rate. If you're 30 feet and over, but it's not by the foot on a mooring ball. Those are, by the foot are usually at a dock. But you can have categories of a broad footage and a schedule. We haven't talked about that, but.
Just a thought.
I have a comment and a broader question. I watched the Anchorage Advisory Committee meeting, Kathy, and I thank you for all your efforts. And I had a chance on Sunday, just happened to be down at Bayside Park, and my wife and I walked over to the mooring field office. It happened to be open on Sunday, and our harbor master was there, and got a nice tour of the office, toured the shower and laundry facilities and the dinghy dock. And I just want to say you've done a great job under somewhat challenging situation to make that work. So I was very impressed with what I saw on Sunday. I guess my question is, I saw the advisory committee's recommendations, and I saw the town's recommendations. I guess, do you know, or maybe Roger, do you know under the advisory committee's recommendation, will the whole operation cash flow? In other words, will the folks who utilize the facilities cover the cost of the facilities under the advisory committee's recommendation? Or would it take the town's recommendation for it to cash flow, or do we know?
It's my understanding that the staff's recommendation was predicated on the amount of money that the operation would need to meet their expenses in fiscal year '23, maintaining the same level of general fund support.
So Roger, if we took the advisory committee's recommendation, does that mean services would have to be cut for the mooring field, existing services?
Well, as many things you'll be talking about during the course of today, the decisions you make individually will have impacts on the amount of money you have available to deal with your initiatives. So if you decide to fund something at a revenue at a different level, and we want to maintain the same level of services, then we would look to the impact to that $2.1 million list.
Do we have we had quite a bit of discussion about bore cab and cell cab, Mound House and the bore cab facilities. We had quite a bit of discussion about what the principle is the town is striving toward, and it appears as if there seemed to be at least general consensus that the town would pay for 75% of the costs, and the users would pay for 25% of the cost. I've never heard that principle applied to the mooring field. It seems like the principle for the mooring field, and I could be wrong, is that it should cash flow and that the users should cover the costs of the facilities provided. Is that a fair characterization, or have we ever discussed it as a policy matter for the town?
Well, certainly the fees are structured, or should be structured for it mostly to cover, plus whatever else. I mean, it doesn't really correlate to some of the other fees that I think we're talking about.
And I do think, based on our previous conversations, I don't think with our submerged lease, we're not allowed to make a profit.
Not interested in making a profit, just hoping to cover our costs, yeah.
Councilor Adult, basically the breakdown for the mooring field is a little different than the 75-25 split that you kind of hear about for bore cab and cell cab and Mound House and the park facility. What we're trying to do is we support the operation of the mooring field by the capital coming from the general fund. The operational costs are being paid for by the mooring field rates, and we're trying to hold to that formula.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question too, for you, Roger, for staff. What was the rationale for staff removing the weekly rate?
Well, I think what the staff really felt that was that at the daily rate times 7 is the weekly rate. You know, it's, you know, obviously when someone's on the ball for a month longer, there's an economy of scale, but there's someone who's changing, whether it's 1 week or 2 weeks, is really not there. But, you know, of course, that'll be up to council if you want to take the theoretical $25 a day and knock it down to $20 a day. That, of course, is your option for a weekly rate.
I will say in the.
22,
Yeah,
Kathy's number.
well, 23
Yeah,
is
23.
what we suggested, and 133. You know, I've been in a lot of mooring fields, and this even, what staff came up with, places around the state, some do and some don't. I mean, a lot of times a weekly rate will be like 5 days, so you get a day or two free, or something like that if you stay a week. But some have weekly rates and some don't. I personally feel it's a big jump for those of our patrons that have done weekly rates to all of a sudden pay, you know, daily. It would be a really big jump for them. And our committee we did not realize staff was going to suggest to drop the weekly rate. It was our impression that they were going to have a weekly rate. It was a surprise to me that it was not there.
Kathy, do you know off the top of your head, what is the average stay on the mooring balls?
I don't know off the top of my
Do you
head.
know that by chance?
I know we have
No,
a
I
mixture.
don't know that off the top of my head, but, you know, I think one of the things we're gonna learn through the course of the evening tonight, dealing with these fees and rates are very difficult. And the last thing you wanna do is, you know, pass a rate now and then have to deal with it again in 12 months. You know, you wanna try to set a rate that will sort of carry you over for a couple of years and then you visit it again. But, you know, as we get into the detail of the rates, when we get to the item later in the agenda, we can kind of chew through that and we'll try to get you an answer, Counselor.
Thank you.
Anything else for Kathy?
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Woodson, and I am here representing BORCAB. I was here at the last meeting, and we made our recommendations. There were a couple of items that came up. Councilwoman Hassafras mentioned what we do with our employees with fees, and BORCAB met again this past week, and we decided that we really wanted to promote wellness and safety and all of those good things. So we're recommending free membership to all FTE employees of the town, which would be 74 employees. We think this would also be a great recruiting tool. We have difficulty finding people. We're not extending this to part-time people, but just to full-time. The other thing that was brought up at our last meeting by Councilman Adderholt was silver sneakers, and how do we get involved with that and the benefits of that. So Bay Oak staff is actually looking into that, see if we can get amendments made by Silver Sneakers. It has something to do with how close the next facility is. So we're looking into that. We'll have more report.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Real
Thank
quick, before you go, just real quick, if you would touch on it. It's been something that's been on the BORCAB agenda for a long time, and that's the Friends of Bay Oaks. Perhaps maybe you could touch on that a little bit. This is maybe more people are paying attention now than they do to the BORCAB meetings.
That would
and,
be great.
Make the cry for help.
It is a cry for help. So we used to have the Friends of Bay Oaks, which is a 501c3 organization. Unfortunately, it kind of went by the wayside. It had not been active for over 2 years, and as a result, we have to start from scratch and resubmit all the paperwork and that kind of thing, which is not an issue, except in doing this, you have to state a board of directors, basically. So you have to have a president, a vice president, a treasurer, a secretary, that type of thing. And so we have had some real difficulty in getting the word out. The people on BORCAB, you know, we're all volunteers, we all know that, but we also have a lot of other things on our plate. And so we were really looking for people. My understanding before, when it was a 501c3, there were a lot of volunteers through parents of the school, because it is a, you know, a cohesive group with the Beach Elementary School and Bay Oaks. So we have not been able to get enough word out to get people interested to actually be part of our board, to be volunteers. I don't know if they understand, but what we're looking at with Bay Oaks and all the new construction, the only way we can, as a group, go after grants or go after money, whether it be in donations or anything like that, is to be a 501c3. We can't go after it as part of the town. The town has their own grants that they go after, but we're talking about we don't even know how many grants are out there. And I only know this through being on the board for Friends of Lovers Keep. When we were building our Welcome Discovery Center, we did exactly this, and we raised tons of money to actually build that building and do all the exhibits inside the building. So we want to do that for Bay Oaks and not have all of that cost and everything else fall on the town, excuse me, fall on the town or fall on just the loan that we took out. We could actually be raising money for that facility if we had Friends of Bay Oaks. Right?
So if you're interested in volunteering,
Yeah.
contact where's the next BORCAB?
Where's the close? Where's the pitch?
No, I'm just asking if people want to volunteer, they can contact me, they can contact Betty Susan.
Very good.
And
Okay.
Denise, I think Denise Monahan was the president of it before.
Denise Monahan was the president before, and she, because of personal issues and work and things like that, she had to get off the president role. And it just kind of fell apart after that. And then we thought we could just resurrect it, but because we were so far out of compliance, we hadn't done an audit in 2 years and all that kind of thing, so we have to start from scratch.
Okay.
Okay, my question is a little different, and I don't know, since you're here, I don't know if this is for you or staff, but when, I remember when they took the resident fee off of Bay Oaks, and the reason why they did it was because they wanted more usage, and I think they got that. In the calculation of the estimated revenue from adding fees, how much dilution of members, how much reduction of membership were you anticipating by adding a fee?
Well, actually, what we were trying to propose and encourage is that people would get crossover memberships between the park and the pool, between the park and Mound House, and that's really what we were trying to encourage versus sort of a discounted resident fee. We're trying to hope that the community will step up and become members of these facilities and support them and use them. And that's kind of the strategy that we used. But we can get into those details when we get into the actual fee item.
I just wasn't sure whether it was a BORCAB.
I think that's what we discussed basically at BORCAB, is trying to create a synergy between all the town's assets. Is that a fair statement, Karen?
I think it's more fair to say between the rec center and the pool. I'm not sure that Mound House is included because we ended up not combining those
Right.
two.
Well, in my mind, maybe Mine House and Newton, I'm sorry.
Newton, yeah, so it would be basically Newton and Mound House, and then the pool and the rec center. But, just as a reminder, I mean, we did a utilization report for 12 months previous, from August of '21 to July of '22. And the number of day passes and check-ins for the pool were 10,453 in that year, and the number of day passes check-ins for Bay Oaks was at 15,450. So, I mean, this facility is heavily utilized. So if we could even get 1/8 of those users to come and be part of Friends of Bay Oaks or be involved in it, I mean, we could have a really robust organization.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on. The next item is the approval of the minutes for the August 15th, 2022 Town Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is the consent agenda. There's two items on there, the Ann and Dan Hughes Loop and the Lee County Sheriff's Office outreach trailer. The Vice Mayor has asked that the,
There's also the Clean Vessel Act.
oh, and the Clean Vessel Act, I forgot the C. The Vice Mayor has asked to remove B to discuss, so is there a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Well, I just was interested in hearing feedback from my fellow council members on the agreement between the town and the sheriff's office as to the fee, the payment. On page 16 of our book, it's indicating that they would pay a total of $1,150 or $150 a month, and $100 a month thereafter with a possible $50 penalty. It just seemed to me to be incredibly cheap. And I didn't know if my fellow council members felt the same way I did. So I'm just putting that out there.
Well, you know, one could look at it that way, because I don't know when we've ever had a fee that low from the sheriff, with all the fees that we're charged for various and sundry duties that they perform down here for us, that we pay for, in addition to our core basis of service, core level. So I'm willing to talk about that, Vice Mayor. I don't know if anybody else is. It does seem rather low to me.
Well, my kind of feeling is it's kind of an incentive to get the, you know, an entity from the sheriff's office to spend more time on the island.
Well, you know, if I thought, or if I knew, not thought, if I knew that that was in fact going to be the case, I would certainly have a change of heart. But from what I see, from the last outreach center that he had over there, all it was staffed with clerical type people. There weren't deputies in there, unless they were going in there from time to time to get out of the heat.
Well, that's not 100% true. They actually had quite a bit of people came into that facility to report crimes. And although there may have been deputies in there cooling off or using the restroom or doing something, it led to several quick apprehensions of people that were doing things that they shouldn't do. So I would argue that it being there did certainly help detour some people as well as catch some people.
And again, I'm not arguing that the place shouldn't be there. I'm just saying, compared to what we charge the Times Square merchants for space, compared to what Lee County is charging the new concessionaire out on the pier, this is out of whack with those other numbers. There are people coming in and telling us that certain fees are too high. Well, this one certainly seems way too low compared to those other numbers we're seeing. $100 a month for a piece of property on Fort Myers Beach? I wouldn't rent my driveway for $100 a month, which is not in that location. And we just received an email indicating that the sheriff was raising all of their fees to us, all of their hourly rates for everything.
Let me ask you this, Madam Vice Mayor. Would you rent out that piece of property that you referenced if there was someone sleeping at the end of your driveway or creating havoc, or someone could report to them that there was a missing child or someone assaulted somebody? Would you then change your mind as to what that rent would be?
This is business.
That is my point exactly.
Okay, this is business. If I wanted to hire someone to protect my property, I would pay them a going rate for a trained security person to be there. And that's what we are going to pay our sheriffs to be here. To me, if we are paying them the rate that they deserve in order to be here to protect us, they then should be paying us an appropriate rate. And I'm not asking for anything exorbitant. If we doubled this, it would be $2,000 for a year instead of $1,000. I mean, but to me, why charge them anything at all if you're only going to charge them $100 a month? It doesn't seem to have any relationship to reality
Yeah,
for the value of the property.
I think that's fair, and I would yield to your latter point that why charge them anything at all? This is a symbiotic relationship, and that by having the presence of this outreach center, there's a deterrence factor. The sheriff's office has an additional location to show a presence on our island, which has a tremendous deterrence effect on the island, and I see it as a positive. So if you want to waive the fee, I'm certainly open for that.
Definitely not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying they charge us what is the value of a trained law enforcement officer, and we pay it to them. We have something we are providing to them. They should pay us something more akin to the value. We're already giving them a discount. I'm not saying they should pay the value of what a merchant at Times Square would have to pay in rent for their building, in the tens of thousands of dollars, I'm sure. But something more akin to the value of this property would seem appropriate to me.
Now, has this already been negotiated, Roger?
No, this was the, well, just help perhaps refresh people's memory. The sheriff's use of this property was a result of the fact that they were in Helmut Plaza, and that building got torn down to accommodate the new Margaritaville. So they wanted to try to continue a presence here in the busiest part of Fort Myers Beach, and we had what was commonly known as the Ocean Jewels property, which, by the way, will be going away when assuming the new Base of the Bridge project goes to construction. So this was looked at as a sort of a short-term interim deal to facilitate the goal of having the presence at the busiest part of Fort Myers Beach. So understanding that the sheriff was going to have to buy a trailer to put on the property and hook up electricity and do other things, we just carried over the rent that they were paying when they were leasing from TPI. So on a calendar basis, this was just coming up for renewal, so we put it on the agenda based on the same terms and conditions that were previously approved by town council. But, if you would like us to revisit that and have discussions with them, of course, we can do that between now and your next meeting. Or even longer, we can continue on a month-to-month basis until we get whatever it is worked out in accordance with whatever policy, direction, or instructions you give us.
My feeling is if the sheriff's office is okay with this, I am also. I think that, this is not a commercial enterprise. They're not putting a food truck there. They're not doing something like that. This provides a real tangible benefit to people downtown. If they see a crime, they know where to go, as opposed to taking inaction, which happens in a lot of cases. So it's basically a piece of dirt that they're improving. So I'm okay with this the way it stays now if the sheriff is.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Somebody needs to make a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the agenda item for the Lee County Sheriff's Outreach
I'll
trailer.
second.
Discussion. Hearing none. Objection.
I object.
I object. Okay. And I'll tell you the reason, one of the reasons I object, Councilman, is we have a sign ordinance in this town that we all have to follow. The sheriff has got okay, we're gonna let him have his trailer down there and for the benefits that you've cited already. But he also has a picture of himself on it that's larger than life for the sheriff, larger than life. And when we run for election down here, we're allowed to put our signs out on the street for 30 days before the election and 10 days after. And that sign is the size of a pizza box top. That's how we're restricted down here. What we're doing here is we're giving the sheriff free advertising for his campaign that he's running already. That's the way I look at it. So, for whatever that's worth. Okay. The next item is we'll go to the public hearings now. The first item is a request for temporary storage of Lee-Tran vehicles during TPI construction. This is to authorize temporary Lee-Tran parking on FMB Fire District property located at 2545 Estero Boulevard, the Tops property, right next door, for up to 7 months. Mr. Attorney, is this is a hearing that we have to open up here for? The staff wants to give a report?
No, this is more of a staff item that,
No, it's under public hearings.
Says public hearing.
Yeah, it is only to the extent that if there are any community objections from any of the neighbors, they would have an opportunity to address you and share those with you, and that's why we put it on as a sort of a public hearing versus an administrative item. This is a continuation of an item that was generated when Lee County and Lee-Tran relocated their operation from the property across or next to the Margaritaville, initially to help us with our staging for our traffic signal at Old San Carlos and Fifth Street, then for the TPI Margaritaville construction. And Lee-Tran needed a place to run store their shuttles and run their shuttle operation, and reached an agreement with the Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District to utilize the old Tops property to do that, basically during this period of time where Margaritaville is being construction. So when this came up, we, as we often do, is recommend that we don't make it a very long term, so we could revisit it periodically and see how it's going and see if we need to tweak any aspect of the operation because it's causing a problem to somebody, or there's a complaint that we need to address or at least verbalize to the council. I have not heard any, so here it is, and it's up for renewal, and basically for the season of prepping the trolley and running the trolley service and putting the trolley service back into storage over the slow season. So that's the item that's before you, and I think I gave you a little bit of background with respect to how we came to generate this agreement.
Okay, so the action that we need to do is to approve, to authorize this temporary parking and extend this present arrangement for up to 7 months. Is there a motion to approve that?
Are we going to allow the public to?
Well, I don't know.
Look, I think that although it is not required by law, the manager has suggested that you open it up for public comment just in case, so never hurts.
Yeah, I think also, the other reason why it might have been on public hearings is there is a fee, I think a request for a fee waiver too.
Okay. Do we want to get a staff report first, and then we'll open it up to the public?
This is Jason Smalley.
Yeah, Jason.
Good afternoon, Council. As the town manager has eloquently explained the background here, I'm really just here to answer any questions about the process of the application itself. Just to give you an understanding, the area is currently fenced in, so they will be using that area for their trims. It has also been expressed to us that they are requesting the $200 fee to be waived, and that's going to be brought before you for your decision as well. If there are any questions, we invited Dawn Huff from Lee-Tran to be here. They could not make it, so I will answer to the best of my knowledge if you do have questions.
Is it the fire department or Lee-Tran that's asking for the waiver, they're responsible for the fee?
That came from Ms. Huff, so I'm assuming Lee-Tran is requesting that.
And didn't we do this last year?
Yeah, we did this last year.
And did we waive the fee last year?
No, the fee was paid last year.
It's the fee waiving season, Bill. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Smalley?
Have we or the fire department received any complaints from folks about this use?
I have not.
Staff is not either.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the public? Anybody care to comment on this? Seeing, hearing none, we'll close that. We'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve this temporary authorization to allow Lee-Tran parking on FMB Fire District property located at 2545 Estero Boulevard?
I would move to allow the temporary parking on the fire department property without the fee waiver.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Next item is ordinance 22-12. This is the Newton Park CPD amendment. And this is ordinance 22-12, Newton Park CPD amendment to conditions of approval and adoption as an ordinance. Staff.
Good afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community Development. The town of Fort Myers Beach is requesting a modification to condition number 7 of the the resolution of Newton Park CPD. Condition number 7.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I tried to get your attention before, but this is a site-specific item, and therefore it would be appropriate to swear in any witnesses. It is quasi-judicial, and anyone who's going to speak to this item to be sworn in, and for you all to disclose any ex parte communications you may have had with respect to this item. And then last but not least, before you vote on it, we do need to read the title into the record.
Okay. First, we'll start with ex parte. Anybody ex parte drive-bys or anything?
I did ask, I have a couple of emails with some people from the relative committees about what this meant.
I've received emails.
I've received emails as well.
Same.
Same. Okay, swearing in. Is anyone here going to speak to this that needs to be sworn in? No. Just you, Sarah. Oh, I'm sorry, Allison, just in case. All right.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witnesses have been sworn.
Very good. And then the last one was,
We need to, before you vote, need to read the title of the ordinance in full into the record. And it is a roll call vote.
Procedural question.
Yes.
Since it's an ordinance, doesn't it have to go to a second hearing?
It will go for second hearing as well.
Okay, so the vote today would just be to move it to a second hearing.
That's correct, but because it is quasi-judicial in nature, we gotta have to go through
I
the.
get that. It just, normally we'll say that and give us a suggested date, and it
Yeah.
wasn't on the blue sheet, so.
That's
all yours, Sarah.
The town of Fort Myers Beach is requesting a modification to condition number 7 of the resolution for the Newton Park CPD. Condition number 7 states, on-premises consumption of alcoholic beverages is limited to temporary permits issued in accordance with LDC Section 34-1264D, or to a membership organization or club in accordance with LDC Section 34-1264A1C. Any on-premises consumption of alcohol or alcoholic beverages must comply with all applicable provisions of state law and agency rules. The request is to allow on-premises consumption for gatherings without requiring a special event permit. The change in the condition will allow Newton Park to operate in the same way that Mound House currently operates. The CPD is currently approved through Resolution 0924. The CPD amendment will be adopted through Ordinance 22-12. At the August 9th LPA hearing, the LPA recommended approval for the requested CPD amendment. Allison Geeson is also here to answer any questions that you may have, and I can answer some questions also.
Any questions for Sarah? No?
I would just say the last time I walked through Newton Park a few days ago, it seemed like there was already this provision. Because there was plenty of guys hanging out drinking beer.
Well, if you have questions about that, Allison can speak to that if there were questions.
That's why Allison's. Okay, thanks, Sarah. Hang around, we may call on you again. Allison, would you like to come up, please?
Allison Geeson, Director of Culture, Parks, and Recreation.
Thank you. Thanks for coming up. Maybe you can speak to just the practicality of this for Newton Park.
So right before the pandemic, we went through the same exercise for Mound House, and it was to allow community members and visitors who want to utilize the property to streamline, to make it less difficult for them to rent the properties for private events, birthday parties, weddings, things like that. We've been very successful with Mound House, and this was the second step of the goal for the strategic plan to be able to have Newton Beach Park be more utilized, because you all know it's very underutilized for its rentals. When people now have to go through and get a special event, if they want to have any consumption of alcohol, or go beyond the guidelines of after hours, which many people do not because of turtle season. So we have somebody actually right now that wants to rent for September 30th, but due to this guideline, they would have to get on the agenda and hurry up and get signatures for the special event, and it's for just a private rehearsal dinner of 30 people. So if this is approved by council, the rental agreement and the facilities use agreement that we have does require insurance. It does require liability. It requires our League of Cities, which loves to help us with liability to make sure that we have the highest level that we need to protect our properties and the visitors that we have that have private events. So we still require and expect a high level of liability and also insurance to make sure that everybody is safe. So if this is approved, I would still recommend a lot of the procedures that we have already in place for Mound House for protection of the historical property.
Allison, this proposal passed the LPA unanimously, is that correct?
Sarah, was it unanimous? Yes, it was unanimous.
Thank you.
Just a bit off topic, but will we be seeing something similar to this then for Bayside Park? You had mentioned that in your strategic plan that this was the next step.
For Newton Beach Park to be able to be approved.
But nothing
But
for
you,
Bayside.
well, yeah, I think, yeah, the short version is that, to the extent that, groups can rent these public assets and utilize them in a way that doesn't conflict with the public's general use of them, helps us budgetarily. We're trying to encourage the utilization of these facilities by the public during the day, as well as by groups, all part of trying to minimize the impacts to the taxpayers to the greatest extent that we can.
Some of these public events, or sorry, private events, will this be just inside the Newton house, or will it include outside space?
Sometimes they do rent the Tiki Hut. The one that is interested in the 30th is going to rent the inside cottage and then also the large Tiki Hut. So sometimes they do have specific areas that they want to rent outside as well.
And is that problematical, keeping the public out of those spaces?
No, because just like Mound House, we make it very clear that we cannot, we have to provide access to the public restrooms for all people, and that it is a public facility. So in the rental agreement, they're very well aware that they can utilize the cottage, which would be primarily for them, but we couldn't shut down our beach access, and they're okay with that. It's just great to be able to reserve those Tiki Huts so they know that they're going to have there. And then also if they would like to reserve some parking, we work with community development and parking in doing so.
Allison, would you attest that this is a spectacular location to have a wedding reception?
I will. We had our first beach to bay wedding right before COVID hit, and they got married on the beach at Newton, and they had cocktails after they got married and watched the sunset, and then they came to Mound House for dinner and dancing after. It was a beautiful wedding. So I really look forward to be able to serve our public and visitors more efficiently for this process.
It's a super cool facility, and it makes for a wonderful wedding and a wedding reception, and it's priced very competitively.
Well, just to remind you, you can renew your vows there too.
Oh, good thought.
And I assume this couple's still married?
Yes.
We guarantee it.
Any more questions?
If anyone's looking for a good notary, I'll put my, no, just.
It's good to know.
Anything else for Allison? Thanks, Allison.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Let me read the title into the record here. This is ordinance 22-12, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution Number 09-24, and amending the schedule of uses for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 4650 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflict of law, Scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Okay, is there a motion to move this ordinance to,
Public comment.
oh, we didn't do, oh, that's right, okay. Public comment. Does anybody wish to comment on this? We've had so much public comment. Seeing none, we'll close that. Is there a motion to move this ordinance to its second hearing at a date specific?
So moved.
I'll second
Date.
that. Nope.
That you asked for a date specific?
Yeah.
Next council meeting?
Okay,
Yes.
what is that? Okay.
That'd be the 3 p.m. meeting for the next budget meeting.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Veach.
Roll call.
Roll call, even for the move it, huh? Okay. Councilman Veach.
Aye.
Councilman Adderholt.
Aye.
Mayor Murphy, aye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, Councilman
Aye.
Allers. The motion carries unanimously. Okay. The next item is, we'll get back to the administrative agenda. It's a legal services contract renewal. This is to authorize the mayor to execute the annual renewal for legal services agreement with Fox Rothschild LLP, which is our town attorney's firm, John R. Herron Jr. Counsel.
I'll make a motion to authorize us to execute the annual renewal for the legal services.
It's been moved. Is there a second? I'll second that for discussion. Okay, discussion. I don't really have anything to discuss myself. Go ahead.
I actually have a couple questions, John. I actually had a constituent inquire about this a little bit, and because there's not a lot of information in the packet, first of all, this is an agreement for 1 year, but technically, under the terms of the agreement, either party can terminate the agreement upon 30 days written notice. Is that your understanding, John?
That is correct.
So it really isn't a year contract. It's
Under your, as I've explained in the past, under your charter, I serve, and my firm serves at the pleasure of this council.
That's right. I just want to make that clear. Yep.
We do it this way in order to coincide with the budget year. That's how we've historically done it, and but there is that provision in the contract. Otherwise, theoretically, we could get to the end of this fiscal year and it just not be renewed. I mean, that's.
No, I understand, and I just wanted to make that, have some transparency on that. The other question I would have is, could you discuss your fee schedule with the town? Do you charge the town for the whole year? Do you charge you bill by the hour? Just talk a little bit about what you cover and then what you would charge the town additionally that wouldn't fit under this agreement, just so people have a better idea of how the contract reads.
Yeah, we have a hybrid system whereby the general work, which is defined in the agreement, which is coming to these meetings, drafting your resolutions, reviewing your resolutions, drafting your ordinance, reviewing your ordinances, attending meetings, such as the special magistrate hearings that we have, the LPA meeting that we have. Those are all generally included within what's called general services, and we charge a flat fee per month for that fee. That is $10,500. That fee has not changed since we started 6-7 years ago. Notwithstanding inflation or any other things, we have not changed or sought a request to increase either our monthly rate for general services or our hourly rate for the kind of cafeteria plan. So what's not covered, such as litigation, special projects, special real estate projects, then we charge an hourly rate, which has been and continues to be $225 an hour. As we'll go through the budget process, we'll set a budget for legal services for the upcoming fiscal year. And to the best of my knowledge, we always have a reserve fund of $100,000 just in case. But it's my recollection that during the entire tenure of my firm or myself as your town attorney, is we have always been within budget.
John, just again, so people can understand, those extra legal fees that you just referenced, how do those come in play versus our coverage with the Florida League of Cities? How do you bifurcate those two responsibilities?
Yeah, whenever the city is sued, we immediately consult with the League of Cities to determine whether or not the particular lawsuit is covered by our League of Cities coverage. And as a general rule, the types of claims that are in fact covered by the League of Cities are accidents, tort claims, personal injury, as well as any other type of cause of action wherein the other side, the plaintiff, is seeking monetary damages. Those are generally covered by the League of Cities. Those include things such as inverse condemnation claims, Bart Harris claims, and other types of similar claims that as I've informed you, is when we have received those demands, the League of Cities has in fact covered them. In this particular fiscal year, for the first time ever, the fiscal year that's ending, is the town council directed us to actually initiate some lawsuits on your behalf, which we have, and then that would be obviously not covered by the League of Cities. They only cover claims that are filed against the town, not on behalf of the town.
That would be
so
that's
the foreclosure.
For the code enforcement foreclosure cases, which all have been filed except the one that we previously discussed, and are proceeding in the normal course of litigation. And so that's the main. That's really the distinction between what is covered and isn't. I would say that currently, of the total number of ongoing litigation matters that the town is currently involved in, probably about 90% of those cases, and I don't know off the top of my head the exact number, are being covered by the League of Cities. Things that routinely, don't get covered by the league are, actually foreclosures. From time to time, someone will file a foreclosure, a bank will file a foreclosure action on a piece of property that's located here in the town. That particular piece of property may have a code enforcement lien. And so, we will file an answer to that foreclosure complaint on behalf of the town, asserting that, generally we're not the priority lien holder, so we don't have much leverage or much to do other than saying that if there's any overages, and once the property is sold, that we're entitled to our pro rata distribution of any excess funds. And that's usually how that distinction is made between something that gets covered by the League of Cities versus the coming out of the general fund of the town.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I've recently had a conversation with John about some of the things that I've noticed and concerns that I've had over the past year. My decision is not based on John personally or his firm, but rather where we are and maybe where we're going. I just think I would prefer to now have someone that is a little bit closer as I've explained to John on the phone personally, it's not an issue with John or his firm. Rather, I think where we're going, it's time that we find a new firm.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Excuse me.
I'll just make a brief observation in that regard. And I respect each and every one of you have that ability, and as I said, that's part of the arrangement we have. But I will remind this council that when we were selected, no local firm put in a proposal to be your town attorney. All the proposers were from outside of the area.
Isn't that beautiful?
I don't believe John is charging us for all the time driving.
No, I don't.
Well, it's certainly not an issue with, and I appreciate the fact that you've come under budget and all of that. It is just, as we discussed, it's some of the observations that I have noticed, and I feel more comfortable moving in a different direction.
All I can do is say that I've received comments from all of you. I've tried to reach out to all of you and talk to you about your concerns, and to the extent that Councilmember Allers has identified some concerns, to the extent that I continue to be your town attorney, I will endeavor to address those concerns, and so they are no longer concerns of any of you all, and in particular Commissioner Allers, Councilmember Allers. So that's my commitment. That's my job.
Anything else? Any more discussion? Okay, the motion was moved and seconded to authorize the mayor to execute the annual renewal for legal services agreement with Fox Rothschild LLP, which is John R. Heron Jr. Any objection to the motion?
I object.
The motion carries 4-1 with Councilman Allers objecting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our lobbyist, Ronnie Book, Ronald L. Book, PA, his contract renewal. This is to authorize the town manager to renew and execute an agreement in the amount of $45,000 with the town's state lobbyist, Ronald L. Book, PA. Is there a motion to approve the town manager, to authorize the town manager to renew and execute this agreement?
I guess I would ask, Roger, you've been satisfied with our communication with them and the services they've provided?
I highly recommend continuing with them. As you may recall, through the legislative process, we were slated to receive $1 million for Times Square. Unfortunately, that ultimately got vetoed by the governor, but the fact that it got all the way through the process to the governor's desk being included in the budget, I think is illustrative of the value that Mr. Book brings to the town.
Roger, a quick question. Mr. Book has had some legal and health challenges. Have you been in touch with him recently? Is he able to perform this contract for an additional year?
I talked to him Wednesday night, I want to say, or something like that, Tuesday night last week, and he assured me that that he can, and if I felt that he couldn't, we have cancellation clauses in this agreement, and if there's need arose, we could switch horses. I don't see that need.
But there was a recent conversation of his ability to continue on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Roger, refresh my memory, last year when this came around, was there discussion about trying to get him in to address council? I know he has once before. Some of the stuff that obviously comes out that we see is not always what the public gets in the public hands. I think it would be beneficial if we could have him come by at least once a year to give us an update, so that it could be for people to see what he's doing, understand what he does, and it's not just a couple lines on a piece of paper.
Okay, well, I'll definitely, forward your request for him to come to visit with you all and give you an update on what he sees is happening in Tallahassee.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it, because I find it very beneficial when he was here last time. It was very informative.
I will forward that request.
I would agree with that.
That would be his summer southern swing. Okay, all right.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to authorize the town manager to renew and execute the agreement.
I'll second it. Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is the local option gas tax. This is to authorize entering into a local option gas tax master interlocal agreement with Lee County to begin January 23rd, 2023. Roger, I'm going to ask you just to give us, and everybody else listening, just a brief synopsis of where we are today and how we got here.
Okay, sir. The town has always participated in an agreement along with all the other municipalities on the distribution of the gas taxes. The county has been trying to move over, this would be the second agreement, I believe, that I've been involved with, has been trying to move to a 50% based on population and 50% based on road miles formula. The effect of that, moving in that direction, is that not being a growing community, like, for example, Cape Coral and other parts of Lee County, as miles get added throughout Lee County, our percentage of mileage is decreased, therefore our share of this money would decrease. And that is a net effect that has happened to us, and I believe Sanibel and some other places are similarly suited. We had previously, in the prior agreement, had asked the county to agree to round up our percentage to a full 1% in the prior agreement, and they did do that. In this current agreement, they have said that they will not do that because they actually reduced their own funding to accommodate that request in the last go-around. And they're fairly adamant on this idea of getting to this population / arterial road mile formula. So that being said, what happens if we don't participate? Well, the fallback formula in the state law, which I've checked with Mr. Herron, would result in us getting even less money. So being faced with that option, it's my recommendation to you that we go forward and execute this agreement with the county and be one of the 3 cities that they need to be able to implement this formula countywide. In my conversations with the county manager, I think this sort of willingness for us to agree to take a little less has opened a door for us to understand that on every deal that sometimes one of us has to take a little less, one of us gets a little more, and that we have to reverse those roles from time to time. And I think this is illustrating our willingness to be able to do it in this particular case. So hopefully when the next issue comes down the pike, they'll be willing to do that as well.
Roger, we talked about this a little bit at the M&P meeting a couple weeks ago. Am I correct in remembering that this new local option gas tax master interlocal agreement will result in a reduction of funds to the town of Fort Myers Beach of $140,000?
I believe that's the numbers, 140 or 170.
Yes, it is.
I want to say it's one of those 2 numbers. Sherry probably knows the number.
That's what's on the blue sheet.
Good afternoon, Sherry Rest from the Finance Department. Yes, it will be a reduction of approximately $112,000.
$112,000.
Yes, and that is coming from the actuals as of August 31st.
I asked that because at the M&P it was $140,000.
Right.
Did something change or?
That was based on the projected numbers till the end of September.
So
But as of right now, it would be $112,000
So we
for the
get,
cutoff today.
so for example, we get the gas tax for September and the end of October. So it runs basically a month behind. And of course, it's predicated on how much gas people are using. So when the prices were very high and people were being very conservative in terms of how much gas they bought, of course, then, all those things factor into how much money is generated.
I asked that because something was, I thought, an interesting point was made at the M&P meeting when it was 140. It's still interesting at 112,000. And a little bit apples and oranges, but since we're setting the table for later this afternoon, I believe that the number, Roger, that you referenced, there's a lot of discussion about the increased valuation of properties on this island. And of course, some of that's tempered by the fact that many of these properties have a homestead protection, which caps their valuation growth at 3%. But the increased revenues from the county as a result of that formula, I believe you said were 170,000. Is that correct?
That was the number at one point I had, yes.
Are we still at that number? So as we discuss the issues at hand going forward, out of that 170,000, we've already lost 112,000 as a result of this particular issue.
170 is the net number.
And that's from going from the 0.95 to the 0.99.
That's 170 is the number after the reduction, I believe, right?
No,
Oh, the
the
112.
170 that you're thinking of is the increase in taxes or ad valorem revenues that we'll get if you go from 0.95 to 0.99.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That's correct. But I'm saying is that with that, so what was the, before the increase, so that was a result of the adjustment of the millage rate? I thought it was a result of the valuation increase.
The valuation increase for the ad valorem taxes will actually go up $530,000 at the 0.95 rate, 800 and something, I don't have the number in front of me, if you go to the 0.99. And that difference is the $170,000.
So if we go to the 0.99, how much additional revenue will be brought into the town in the aggregate over last year?
I'll have to get you that.
Just ballpark, is it a 500,000? Is it?
708 or 800,000.
So we have that additional revenue to play with in our budget?
It's part of your
It's
part
part
of
of
your
your
$2
$2
million.
million.
I just want to make that clear, because I think we were trying to talk about the 170 and the 140 at the
Oh,
M and P.
You lost me there for a second.
Yeah.
You switched from gas taxes to other.
Well, but we talked at the M and P, we said, gosh, out of that 170, we've already lost 140 because of the gas tax
It was
dynamic.
an analogy that I made.
Yes.
Because I was trying to illustrate that all of this money that people thought we were getting, we weren't getting necessarily
Right.
all that money, because we were losing some out of this pot.
Yeah, and I'm just
Right.
trying to understand
You're
that
correct.
better.
So
Yep.
we're gaining some in our right-hand pocket, but we're losing some in our left-hand pocket. That's what you're trying to say.
But please remember that the gas tax funds are restricted.
Absolutely. No,
And the-
that's a
and
fair
the
point.
ad valorem taxes go into the general fund.
That's fair, that's fair. But just back a point, because you made an interesting comment. So last year versus this year, because of the increased valuation, what is the aggregate amount of money, the total amount of money that the town of Fort Myers will receive additionally if we move to the 0.99 millage rate?
I will have that number to you at the 501 meeting.
Okay.
I have that in front of me.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much.
And just as to kind of illustrate a point, I had a conversation with the town council from Sanibel, and they are losing like $800,000, and for the first time in years, are gonna increase their tax rate because of the loss of the gas.
Yeah, that's one hot mayor over there, let me tell you. Spoke to her yesterday.
And you mentioned, Roger, that the county needs 3 cities to vote for this?
There's a fallback formula if cities don't sign on to this. And so, in our case, the fallback formula would be worse financially for us than us signing on.
I assume that if growth has the, is favorable in the outcome, then Cape Coral and Bonita and Estero are all gonna do better.
Yes.
Yes.
They've signed on already, I presume.
I don't know if they have already, but they're probably in the process of signing on.
Yeah, they had, from my understanding from watching the meeting on Tuesday, was that they only need 50% of Lee County or more to sign on, and between the 3 that have already signed, they've already got the majority that they need to enact this gas tax, despite what we do.
I would move that we adopt this recommendation because the alternative is much worse, and obviously, there's nothing we can do to control our population growth at this point, so I would support its adoption and move adoption.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I just think that it's important, as you both have referred to speaking, I also have spoken with Mayor Smith, and to say she's not happy about this is an understatement. But she raises some very valid points that, as Roger had said earlier as well, we're not going to gain any more center line. We're not going to gain a ton more population. We're pretty built out, as well as Sanibel. Yet we still bring in the most tourists and the most people that use those centerline miles. So it's concerning as to where this could potentially go 5 years from now, or when it gets re-looked at again. It's going to continue to go down. So to prepare in advance, I think, is kind of where we're at now over the next however many years, to expect that this is probably going to happen again at the next go-around.
Right, so, you know, a lot like, I think most of you know that, I know we're working on our 23 budget today, but I've expressed some concerns to all of you about our 24 budget forecast already, and as Councilman Allers is saying, that when this agreement expires, if the county sticks to the same formula that they're proposing to use now, our situation could result in even less revenue.
And I think the point that you made, Councilman, you know, because, you know, I hear a lot of people talking about how, okay, lower fees are going to generate more, you know, tourism, which is going to bring more business to the island. It's going to generate more revenue for bed taxes and for sales taxes. But bed taxes and sales taxes don't really go to us. We generate a lot of them, and we generate a lot of traffic that are not residents, but that's just where we are.
Okay. Any more discussion on the motion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. The authorization is granted. Next item and final item on this part of the program is the Roar Offshore 22 discussion. And there's our friends from Roar Offshore. Offshore.
Great to see everybody. Tim Hill with Roar Offshore, and
Cindy Hill with Roar Offshore.
so it's that time of year again.
It is. Tell us about it.
Things are looking good planning-wise. As we go through the permit, we're probably going to stay on the same theme with requesting a reduction in fees. Since everybody else is doing it, we might as well But it has been a little challenging raising funds this year. When we started this venture back in 2019, we were told that over time, what happened with the races previously is that they lost funding. People just assume, well, the races will be here whether we sponsor the races and contribute or not. So we are seeing it that we're trying to go further outside off the beach, so as not to stress all the hospitality that's here on the beach with putting the races on. But seeing those that are willing to sponsor, those amounts going down, while our costs, just as everything else is nowadays, is going up.
Yeah, so this race, to put this race on, it takes over $229,000. You have cranes, you have sheriff fees, you have EMS fees, fire department fees, you have porta-johns. I mean, the list just goes on and on.
Let's not bring up porta-johns.
You have rescue divers, you have fish and wildlife, and then you have to accommodate all these people with rooms. It's just a huge, huge, huge task.
What you love doing, you must love doing, because you keep coming back every year.
Nobody else will do it.
We do it because we live here. It's the love of our community.
Yeah, I understand. Any questions for Tim and Cindy?
I would just say, I think there's additional reason for being sensitive to the waiving of these fees, aside from the points you made, is that you're offering a significant event for our community in the most off-seasons of off-seasons in Fort Myers Beach. And it seems like we ought to be doing more to encourage entities like yours to have events in the off-season when our businesses are really hurting and the traffic is manageable, and there is a desire for additional activity during that time of year. So I commend your timing, in addition to everything else you're doing for our island, because again, the more we can encourage events like yours in the off-season, I think we would have a little bit more of a year-round economy and not have things be so cyclical here. So I thank you for the timing of your event, in addition to everything else.
And in 2019, when we were looking at the events calendar for the area and then also for the race schedule, we knew that this was a natural fit. It's always going to be on Columbus Day weekend, which is always going to be that first or second full weekend in October. We feel it encourages the race fans to stay that Sunday night, so the hotels and the restaurants are getting an extra day of patronage from the races, we believe. So it'll always be that October weekend. And then with us doing that, it also made us the last race of the regular season. So we're the largest race of the season because we're the national championship race and always will be. So all the teams are vying at 8 different races all year to gain points, which that championship then is decided on Fort Myers Beach at Roar Offshore.
And the race itself has grown. So in 2019, we only had 6 races leading up to ours. Actually, ours was included in that.
Yeah.
Now there's 8 plus ours, so now it's gone to 9 races. So it's just, that brings in more teams, more people, because more events leading into ours.
Which is another challenge we're having is space. What I didn't realize back in 2019 is how small the islands are. So with race teams getting larger and larger and more race teams and their rigs getting bigger and boats getting bigger, we're starting to run out of space. And there's been some last minute changes on the pit spaces where we have proposed to utilize and gotten approval letters to utilize the parking lot behind the Legion that goes all the way down to where the Shriners used to be as well. So both owners, the Legion and then Sun Palace, have signed off on the approval to use that, which it's in a more centralized location than being at the dead end of Main Street down at Salty Sam's, so we don't think we'll get the bottleneck of onlookers going down there and getting stuck down there. It also provides asphalt for these larger vehicles so that they're not on grass should it happen to rain or anything.
Sounds good. You know, Counselor Idaho, not that I don't disagree with your point, just to play devil's advocate, and this is, we don't discount parking rates for anyone that works on the island. So, you know, if we're gonna discount things for parking, I think if we're gonna do it for an event, but we don't do it for the people that live or work here, just trying to play devil's advocate a little bit.
I'm open for suggestions.
I guess my question would be, you have to get permits from Lee County and the fire department. Have any of them waived any fees for you?
We're working with all of them. We've asked them for a fee and reduction. And also the alternative to that is that if we are a little short, the largest way for us to cut budget would be through the services of the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, and EMT, which outside of race day, that parade day, Thursday, is the largest one. So if we take the parade out, then we feel that that will reduce our cost by about $20,000. So
And
that's an
the-
option that we'll keep to us.
In past years, have any other entities waived fees for you?
It wasn't a waived fee as much as it was, they were more cognizant about their services. In 2019, it was the unknown. So everybody was a little overstaffed. Obviously 2020, we had to postpone the race because of COVID. And then last year, everybody was a little more prepared accurately with their staffing. So those costs naturally went down, and they're feeling that that could also happen this year as well.
Correct.
So the costs went down, but no one actually waived any fees?
No. We didn't request them last year as we have this year, but nobody is committed to it yet.
Right, so just to help you understand, you have sort of, permit application fees, and then you have the parking fees the parking revenue we would generate that we won't be able to generate because of the parade. So this is really not a matter of, well, do we not have, it's not being used, so what's the big deal? Or just, having staff with paperwork versus, an opportunity where we would be making money and now we won't be making money. So it's up to you all, but just to be clear, it's not sort of a typical fee waiver type situation.
What we're doing is paying for, along the parade route, paying for every parking spot for, is it 24 hours?
Correct.
It says 12 here.
12 hours, okay.
I've got a question. This B-Bot, which looks like some kind of solar-powered beach sifter, has that been looked at by Chad, our environmental committee, and the DEP?
I don't believe so.
Okay, because those are typically frowned upon, because they not just pick up trash, they pick up all kinds of organic material as well.
That was something that I think Lee County Beautiful was requesting, so it's not.
Correct. For that information, you'd really have to reach out to Trish with Keep Lee County Beautiful.
Can we get Chad to look into that, Roger?
Yes.
Anything else?
I guess what I would chime in on this as far as a fee reduction is, I believe in everybody meeting halfway. I think some fees need to go up, but maybe not as much as some people think. I would suggest that we meet them halfway and waive 50% of this amount, but not the entire thing.
I can support that.
Very solemn and ask, I'd support that.
Okay.
Regardless of what I do, it sounds like that's the motion, but it seems like at least a fair attempt to compromise. But I'd like to see us waive it, particularly given the fact that they're doing this in off-season, but in the spirit of compromise, I would go along with that.
Roger, besides the lost parking revenue, don't we incur other costs with with our staff? Or
Well, so I think there's, a certain amount of sort of in-kind that comes from the town's effort with any event that we have in town. So, that's not sort of a hard in your dollar cost, we're diverting people from doing A to doing B. It's a cost, but it's not sort of a hard dollar cost. Whereas if the parade wasn't there, there would be private vehicles in these parking spots paying us money.
Okay. All right, so do you want to, do you need a motion for that, or is that good enough?
Yeah, I think we should just state it, that it's at 50% and get a couple eyes on the record here, so there's no question.
Well, you had 3 at least there, so.
You need it clearer?
Say that?
Is it clear enough that we had some consensus, or?
John, if John's okay with that, I'm okay.
I think we're.
Okay.
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 So are we approving the agreement tonight?
You're approving their special event permit
Or the
with
special
that.
event permit, yes.
Now, obviously, they have to get sign-offs from a variety of people, but from the town's perspective, assuming they get all the sign-offs, provide us with all the required paperwork, they're green lighted to go ahead, and the parking fee that they would have paid would be reduced by 50%, is my understanding.
So this is a contingent approval?
No, it's done. It's done. It's contingent only to the extent that they have to get sign-offs from the fire
Yes.
district and others, but.
Yes.
But,
That's my question, yes.
but it won't be coming back to the town, it won't be coming back to you all. They'll either get all the sign-offs or they won't. So, and obviously, with the experience these folks have with running this event the last several years, they shouldn't have any problem getting those sign-offs.
And that's what happened last year, within days of the council approving the permit, then everything just fell in place with everybody else.
You sort of, we're the first domino.
We're the
Can I
top-
give the-
top banana.
Give an
Okay,
example.
Is there a motion to approve the special event permit for the Roar Offshore event?
I'll move to approve with the 50%
With the 50%.
reduction in the fee as requested.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Good luck.
Thank you,
All right,
guys.
thank
We
you.
appreciate it. We look forward to hosting you guys at the race.
Sounds great.
I do have one more request for inside the permit is for the FDOT for the bridge to be closed. I need meeting minutes and just an approval that you guys are aware that the bridge will be closed for a half an hour for the parade. So I can't get my FDOT permit unless I have that approval.
So you need us on record to say we're okay, we acknowledge that?
Correct.
And in the meeting minutes.
Yes.
Is there a
Everything we
signature
say.
required from the manager? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Consent.
Yeah.
All right.
That, and just to add, I remember, this has been part of the process. They've asked for the closure of the bridge, and you've done that in past years.
Okay. You got it.
All right,
Thank
well,
you, council.
Thank
All
you
right.
for your time. I greatly
Good luck
appreciate
with
it.
everything you're planning. Okay, that does it for us until
501.
5-1.
until 5:01 or thereabouts.
I make a motion, we adjourn?
Or recess.
We're recessing. We're going out in the playground for recess.
Okay.
Okay, we're recessed until 5:01 minimum.
Like separate meetings. That's a good question. I don't know if it matters, really.
call the meeting back to order. It's 5:04, which makes us legal. So now, before we get underway, there's a question about, Councilman Adderhold, you had a question about the order of the items here. Do we want to resolve that before we get going?
Yeah, I think what I was requesting is that when we get to, we would do item A, the fee schedule, and then we could discuss item B first, but I think I would prefer to discuss item C and finish our formal discussion and then table it, and then go to item B and then set the millage rate, and then come back to item C to final, I'm sorry, come back to item C and then approve, or, you know, deny, assume, approve the tentative budget. So that way you know what's in the budget before you are forced to vote on the millage rate. That's all I was suggesting.
I'm in agreement with, when we get to it, tabling item B and then going back.
Okay, so you want to go AC?
Yes, please.
And back to B?
That'd be great. I know by statute we have to vote on B before C, but we can certainly discuss.
I think you need to open B and table it. It's really the cleaner way to do it.
Yep, that's right. That's fine.
So we're gonna go A, B, table, C?
Yes, please. That'd be great.
Table,
Table, B.
take back up B, vote on B, then go to C.
Okay, crystal clear.
Well, we're starting with A, right?
Yes.
Be good for
One
us.
needs to be in the table business.
All right. Okay, item A is Resolution 22-29, the fiscal year 22-23 fee schedule. This is to adopt the town's fee schedule commencing October 1st, 2022 for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Now, I'm going to take a long shot here and just say, does anybody have a motion to approve the tentative fee schedule as presented? Hearing none, we'll go through the fees. Okay. So, give me a minute here. Okay. The first group of fees are the town-wide fee schedule.
The administrative actions?
Page 260.
Yeah, page 262.
260.
260?
I got 262.
Oh, mine says 260.
262.
You have the wonky book.
Oh, sorry.
All right. So these are the townwide fee schedules. Does anybody have a problem with any of these as presented?
I just have a question. And Roger, I apologize because I meant to ask you about this earlier and I totally forgot. Historical review, is that for when someone comes in to apply for the plaque to be designated a historic cottage?
That is.
I guess I would like to encourage that we continue with that. I don't think very many people are doing it, and that if we charge $150 for people to do that, that they're just not going to do it. I don't know if anybody else has any feelings about that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I support that.
I think the cost for the plaque is like $40 around there. So I wouldn't have a problem with making a $50 fee on it and explain people that it's to just pay for the cost of the plaque.
If I may, you know, I don't know who might be here to discuss this a little bit further on staff, but there's a historical, force, is it recognition which is the plaque, but we do have a process as required by state law and in our land development code for actually designating a property historical, and I think that's what that fee is about, not necessarily the one associated with obtaining the plaque, but rather the more in-depth where notice has to be held, there has to be a hearing, the property owner, the applicant.
Okay, I've not got a problem with it, if that's the case. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't for the cottage program.
Well, let's just be clear. So for the cottage program if there, to the extent there is a fee, it's only $50 for the cost of the plaque.
Okay,
Is that correct?
Is that what you want?
that's, yeah, if,
Okay, all right, so we'll make that note.
And we'll leave that 150 in there.
So the ones that are printed stay the same, and we're gonna add a row that says for the historical recognition plaque, $50.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you're just discussing at this point the items on page 262?
Well, no, this whole group, there's these townwide, 260 to 266.
Okay. I have an amendment.
Okay?
I would like to, on page 264, on the special event section, I would like to revert it back to what it was prior to the increase, $100 the first day and $1 each additional day.
Just a bit of clarification, this came to me today, is that that's actually a typo. That it's right, it's,
I believe the current one is, it's $100 and $10 additional.
so it's $10 a day, it's not $1 a day.
Okay, whatever the status quo is, I'd like to go back to the status quo, and I would like to move that we change that back to the status quo.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded.
And I want to take a little time to talk about this. I don't want to, there's been a lot of granular discussion about this, which is important, about what other communities are charging and you know, the impact it has on vendors and so forth, and all that's very important to me. But I have a broader philosophical problem with this, in that these farmers markets, at least in my mind, I live across the street, in full disclosure, from Santini Plaza, and during season, they draw thousands of people. There's all the folks in the condos and homes around Santini Plaza. The Beach Baptist Church is in a neighborhood, draws a lot of folks who literally just walk over to the market, stroll through, see friends, shop. And in Santini Plaza, it has a double whammy in that a lot of these folks then go shop at the Santini Plaza stores. We do that. My wife and I will go over to the farmer's market, then patronize the stores there as well. See community, you're walking, it creates a, in my prior life, we used to be involved in economic development a lot. It creates a quality of place dynamic for Fort Myers Beach that I think is so important in our neighborhoods. We focus a lot on the entertainment district, but in these neighborhoods, to be able to have an event in the middle of the week where folks can predominantly walk, I know some folks drive, a lot of people take their bikes, and have a dynamic community. It's interesting, it's vibrant, everybody wins, it's on private property, and if I thought that the town expended a lot of time and resources in this exercise, I could understand this additional fee, but and maybe I'm missing something, but I just don't see town personnel having to spend a lot of time and energy on the farmers markets. And I think this farmers market business is very competitive, and I want Fort Myers Beach to remain very competitive. And because I'd hate to lose these farmers markets, because it's a quality of place dynamic. It's something very interesting and again vibrant for our community that I think is so important to the health of a community and to the quality of life of a community. And I feel really strongly about figuring out ways to, instead of seeing it as a profit center for the town, I'd rather see it as something that adds to the quality of place in our community. And so I think what we had before was working fine, and I would like to go back to that with the support of my colleagues. Thank you.
I guess my take on it is, I believe that we should treat this the way I suggested earlier regarding some other fees. I think our fees need to go up. Maybe they don't need to go up this much, but they can't stay where they are. One of the reasons we've gotten to the problem that we have is that we've not raised fees for so many years. And then if we try to raise this fee later on, everybody's going to say, you're raising it too much. So I think I would prefer not to freeze it where it is, but raise it some.
And I respect your thought on that, but I guess what I don't understand is, in return for what? The town's resources have not increased. The demand for their resources, the regulatory piece of this is modest at best. We have no history of violations. for you say it, he needs to keep pace. I'm wondering, keep pace with what? There's no increased demand on the town resources. So I wonder why. I guess that's why I wrestle with it.
I personally have received emails from people complaining about the farmer's market, and I don't know if the town has had to send out anybody, because I know I got complaints about parking issues and things like that. They aren't major things, but I do believe town resources have been expended.
Let me interject there too, because I also, for transparency, I live across the street from the other farmer's market. And I think there was, when they first started, it was a mess. People were parking everywhere. They started to be, and town had to get involved. And they went through and started having volunteers move the cars. They started putting signs up. I get a lot of complaints about the noise because, unlike Santini, the Baptist church is surrounded by residences, single-family homes. And the way it's described to me is at 5:30 in the morning, they're woken with people pounding stakes in the ground for the tents. People have their music on from their cars while they're setting up the tent. There's people who will park in front of their house. Sometimes it's, I think one apparently standard thing for a farmer's market is the guy will drop off his wife, she'll go through the market, and he'll sit in the car out on the street. So I do get complaints. I don't know if it's enforced enough. And I don't think any of these fees are profit centers in as that they go into like the general fund. They would be just for enforcement. Or, the administrative fees of doing the permits. And I'm not advocating we go for the $100 fee. I'm just saying the contrast to that is I do see a need for some funds for enforcement to keep things from wavering too much.
Well, I won't reiterate a lot of what was said here, but I kind of look at it as it isn't an asset to the community to have these. I have only received one email in response to not liking the farmer's market personally. However, I've received, as I'm sure you have, several in favor of not doing anything with the fees. I was a little confused at the way it was worded, and one of the members, or one of the people that sent in an email made a reference to Roar Offshore and Shrimp Fest. And with the structure that it was laid out as proposed, for a 2-day event, we would have actually lost $50 in the permit fee. Because it's $250 now, it would have gone down to a 2-day event would then be $100 plus another $100. So we'd be losing money. So I was a bit confused as to the formula, how it was put in there. And I don't think the resources that are expended by the town for a farmer's market compared to that of the Shrimp Festival, which is our biggest event of the year, or the Roar Offshore, which is a very large event either. So it's for those reasons I support the motion by Councilor Adderholt.
Anyone else? Town manager, you were trying to interject there for a minute. Did you have something to say?
Well, I was just going to comment that, the situation with the fees are such that you all just have to decide if Fort Myers Beach has a value. And I think that when people come here and utilize our assets, whether it's for anything, we have value, and people should recognize that and contribute to that. It also has an impact. So if you think the impact is $100 plus 10, that's what the impact is. If you think it's $50, that's what the impact is. But it has a value and it has an impact. And I know hopefully the council will set the right number on what you feel that is.
Roger, I agree with that statement as far as value and the town having value, but I would argue that these farmer markets are part of that value of the town. So I understand your point.
It is, but it's also, not to get into a debate with you or anybody else about this, clearly it's the council's decision. If we want to be the last in line, so after, everyone gets paid or pays, and then at the end, and then we get whatever money's left over, then that's fine, that's what we'll be. The fire department's fees, they get a fee, and no one's barking about that as best I could tell. the vendors are making money, and God bless them, that's good for them, and the property owner's making money, and farmers market managers are making money, and that's all great, and, but we bring the value, because or else the farmers market wouldn't be here, it would be somewhere else. But that's for you to evaluate and decide what that value is.
And that's the challenge, Mr. Town Manager, is that the value of these farmers markets there's an intangible value that you can't measure. There's a sense of community, a vibrancy, a quality of place, a destination, ability to go out and walk, see your neighbors, interact, shop. It creates a synergy in the community that just wouldn't exist otherwise. And it has so much positive around it. I'd hate to do anything that potentially discourages them from locating here. And I can't describe, and I'm sure you all have seen it. Councilor Veach lives across the street. But the Santini Plaza one in particular, there are thousands of people that come through there, and there's an energy on those days of the farmers market, and there's a wide variety of vendors. And it prevents people from making that extra run to the grocery store. They pick up stuff for dinner. They pick up gifts. They stop at the local shops. They see their neighbors. And to me, that creates a quality of place on this island that is difficult to calculate. And I appreciate the town manager, being a nuts and bolts person on this, but I think there's a broader intangible on this piece that I hope we don't miss.
I think, just listening to you though, Councilman Adderholt, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I think that every time there is a fee, and this is just a consideration, I'm not arguing where to go in this case, is that if we're charging below market, if we're charging less than our expenses, then we're subsidizing whatever that activity is. So in sense, if we're not putting enough money in here to have reasonable enforcement, then we're getting a subsidy to the farmer's market and to the farmer's market business. Not necessarily a bad thing. If it has value to the community, then I think it's worth a subsidy. But if it doesn't, then maybe it just doesn't serve as big of a subsidy.
That's a fair point, but it's yet to be demonstrated that subsidy really exists. It's A, and B, I think it is worth subsidizing for the reasons if that is indeed the case. It's not been demonstrated. I've not seen the stack of violations. I've not seen town staff there. I'm not saying they're not there. I've never seen one there. I'm not saying they should be there. It's on private property. I don't know why they would need to be there unless I could see maybe the fire department coming and checking the folks that are cooking and doing different things. They're right across the street. I don't know why it's so expensive for the fire department to do all that. But it seems like this is just one of these things in the community that you want to encourage and incentivize, not punish or disincentivize. And I think it sends the wrong message.
I guess the way I would attack this would be, we just keep talking about the farmers market here. There's a lot of special events that aren't the farmers markets. And a lot of those special events are nonprofits, whereas the farmers market is a profit-making venture for folks. I guess the way I would tackle this would be the people that are making a profit at it pay some fee that is slightly higher than what we've been charging. And if you want to be incentivizing people, the people that I would be incentivizing would be our nonprofit groups that are trying to raise money for this island and give them the discount or the continue their rate at the same place where it is.
And I've seen that when I did my research, like Sanibel has a resident and a non-resident rate. But another town, I think it was maybe Estero, they had a special rate. It was like half price for a 501c3.
Well, and that gets a little bit more complicated because with the Beach Baptist Farmers Market, the host, which is the church, uses their proceeds for mission work to help underprivileged kids with schools.
Running that market is a profit.
No, I appreciate that, but it's a bifurcated dynamic. Part of the profits go to the not-for-profit, not the church itself, because they utilize it to help underprivileged kids in Central America. So it's a little bit more complicated, but I just think everything's been working really well. I don't know why we want to change it.
Well, couldn't the church apply for the permit and then have somebody else execute it?
Well, I think the church has its hands full. I don't want to speak for the church, but they have their hands full serving our community in so many different ways. to run and manage a farmer's market, which is a skill set in and of itself, and quite a sophisticated one. I'm sure that's why they've contracted that out. I don't want to speak for the church. We've got somebody from the church here. But I think, again, nothing's broken here. I'm not sure what we're trying to fix. And if it can be demonstrated to me that the town is utilizing an inordinate amount of resources to support these farmers markets, I haven't heard it yet. And I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish with this additional fee.
And, you know, to piggyback on that a little bit, I'm having a hard time swallowing the enforcement part of it as a reason to increase fees, and not just on this, but on other ones. It's, to me, a permit fee should be the administrative part of what the town has to put into it, whatever that is. The town staff knows what that number is. Enforcement has its own mechanism. If someone's parking in the right of way at the Beach Baptist, or they're littering on the street and there's a call for code enforcement to come out, there's already a revenue and fine revenue put in place to deal with that. So I'm not understanding how by raising the fees for enforcement makes any sense.
Seems to me that we've got a fifth person who hasn't spoken up. We're just going back and forth from 2 to 2.
Well, I'm waiting to hear what the proposals are.
Well, and I would just say that I think enforcement is a critical part, because the fees are meant to pay for the expenses of whatever that fee is for. It's not just about whoever's in the back room doing the paperwork. If it causes additional expense, it's like if it triggers the fire department, they have a fee. If it triggers the sheriff, they have a fee. The same with our enforcement. That's a reasonable use of the fees. But I will tell you, I'll tell you, and as far as a motion, that I thought this $1 a day thing was pretty silly. You know, it's like, I assumed it was some kind of clerical thing where you have to, give someone some trivial amount to have a permit fee. But at the $10 a day, I think I'm a little more leaning towards just saying that's okay. The $10 a day would solve it, where $1 a day was just kind of just really
The
silly.
$1 a day, excuse me, I believe was a typo.
Yes.
They have been charging, let me get this right now. They were charging $1 a day, Roger, or $10 a day? It was, the $10 a day, was that a,
Current charge, I think it's just printed type.
so it's a typo?
All the emails that mention the $1 a day and all the forms we have, it's a bogus number. The real number is $10 every additional day.
So your proposal is just the $100 plus $10 a day? Is that?
That's actually the motion, but that sounds like he's
And I think I'm agreeing with that, even though I'm saying that, I think enforcement is still an important part of this, because I get complaints from I live in the neighborhood, and so I probably get more complaints about what goes on the Beach Baptist Church than someone who lives in a different neighborhood, because those are my peeps.
And when people call for enforcement on those complaints, who comes down?
Well, so when it comes to enforcement, there's two elements of it. One is the fact that we have to have a resource of people to do enforcement, whether it's the base people or the code enforcement people. We have to have people on staff whether we get 0 complaints or not. So there's a base cost for that. Then there's a cost of actually creating a case and processing a case. So there's 2 elements. Because we can't say we have no staff, either in base or in code, and say, okay, we now have a problem, let's go hire someone to handle this complaint. We have to have a base level of staffing. So we have fees to cover the base level of staffing. And then the fines or funds generated by the actual going through the enforcement process, that covers the enforcement action.
And most people I know don't call. They either just live through it at 5:30 in the morning when they're putting up the tent with the music going, or they try to complain, they try to talk to the people who are operating it. A lot of them don't complain. They don't complain formally.
But what I'm hearing is it's 3 to 1, 3 to 2.
Well, I haven't heard your proposal yet. What you proposed to...
I don't think it matters what you say. It sounds like Bill and Jim and Dan all agree to keep it where it is.
Well, what do you propose?
Well, I would propose that it should be the $100 the first day, and I like to divide everything down the middle. Instead of making it $100 a day after that, make it $50 a day.
So that's an increase of $40 per day on that. I don't know.
Still less
Is
than
it- is it-
Sanibel's charges.
Pardon me?
It is still less than what Sanibel charges. I've got it in my hand. They charge $60 to $100 daily for crafts.
It's a vendor's fee.
All right, hold on. We're not going to get into a debate between the two. I'm sorry, it's not appropriate right now. But is there any support for the Vice Mayor's amendment to the motion? Hearing none, we'll call the question on the original motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay, the motion carries 4-1 with the Vice Mayor dissenting. All right, we'll move on to the next one.
No, just before, so we don't go forward, can we go back to the page about the mooring field? About and specifically, because I ran the numbers, I looked at the numbers that Kathy Chair Light gave, and there's really not a very big difference. I mean, 23 versus 25, et cetera, et cetera. But I wonder if we want to just consider putting a weekly rate in, as she recommended.
I would be okay with supporting the Anchorage Advisory's recommendation to add that back in.
So she said 133, should we round to 135?
I'm okay with that.
Would you like to hear the statistics on what the average stay before you do that, or that's irrelevant?
I would like to hear it, because I asked for it.
Sherry Russ from the Finance Department. So while you asked that question, I think it was you that asked, had the girls upstairs run and look. We've had 627 people stay during 21 to 22, 10/1 to August 30th. The average stay is 67 days.
Oh. Okay. Thank you for doing that. I would have never guessed that.
I don't want to put the vice mayor on the spot, but since you're our person on this, what do you think?
I would have to say that I would be in favor of doing what the staff has recommended, because it's my understanding that that covers more of the cost of the mooring field. I don't think the mooring field should be supplemented so much by the town as maybe, I think we should be supplementing Bay Oaks, the Mound House, their museums, their things that are there for the benefit of our community. The mooring field is a business that we're running. So I think I would keep the prices as recommended by staff, because they figured that out as to what it costs to run it.
Well,
You're saying you're not in favor of having a weekly rate?
I believe that they calculated that into the process.
And when they pay for it, do they assume they tell you we're gonna stay from this time to this time, it's gonna be this many days? And that's how their fee is calculated, or do they say, we're staying for a week, maybe we're gonna stay for one more week, or I'm assuming that gets filled up based on the
The
percentages?
agreement is written for the period of time they state when they walk in the door. So if they say it's for a week, they're written up for a week. If they say they're staying for 2 months, it's written up for 2 months, whatever they state. I should say a month, because it's a monthly fee. We don't have a 2-month fee.
So if they're accruing a daily rate, and they go over their allotted time to a month, they don't get the monthly rate?
No, once you have the daily rate. If you sign up for the daily rate, you pay the daily rate if you stay for a month, because we're telling other people that the ball is not available based on what they tell us.
So just procedurally, Roger, assuming we do nothing, are we adopting the town's recommendation, or are we adopting the Anchorage Advisory Committee's recommendation?
So the main difference between the two is that I think the Anchorage Committee said 413 or something, and we just made it an easier number to work with, 425. And then, as you heard from Kathy today, she was suggesting a weekly rate, and, we were just gonna charge the daily rate times 7. But you know, if you want us to discount it $5 a day, we can do that.
But what are we voting on if we do nothing? Is it the?
Well, right now, the way the document is written is the staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
And I, based on what you just said, Roger, I think the $5 discount a day if you go for a week makes sense. It's still an incentive. I would imagine less paperwork than having to do daily turnovers. So if you're staying for a week,
I think if they're staying for a week without the weekly rate, they still have a weekly rate, but it's just 7 times the 25.
I mean, we're kind of discounting the monthly rate. To me, a week, it's not a huge amount. We're talking $5 a day for a week if you just discount it to $20 a day, so you get 140 for the week versus
The only thing I think-
133.
As far as like usage, if someone's coming for 6 days and they think, oh, I do the math, I can get the 7th day for free, maybe they'll stay longer.
I guess I would also add into this that if you stay for a week, you're more likely to have 2 pump outs. Would be my guess. I don't know that there's statistics on that, but I just think we're quibbling about a couple dollars here and there. The staff has researched this. I respect what they've done.
Well, I put it out there, honestly, it's not that big of a deal, so if there's consensus to have a weekly rate, we can. If there's not, we'll just move on.
I'm fine with the staff recommendations here.
If that gets us closer to cash flowing that operation, I would support that as well.
Okay. Well, there it is. We'll move on.
Okay, so we'll keep the staff recommendations.
Real quick, if I may, Bill, since you moved us backwards a page, I just got a quick question to Roger on page 262.
Oh.
The development order fees, I don't have an issue with the fees. It was just, I didn't realize that we didn't charge for development order. There was no fee structure in place before now.
I'll let Daphne kind of explain how they were handled. Before then, there was a fee, just it wasn't sort of a lump sum fee like we're showing now. It was a conglomeration of several other fees that were added together that became the fee, but I'll let her explain.
Then what did that total come out to before?
We typically charge the LDO type 8 fee, so that would have been $1,500 or $1,300 or $1,100, and then that with the $50 the amendment and the resubmittal. So for every resubmittal that they would have to do, there'd be another $100. But that was because somehow through the process of this, there was never a set fee given for a development order. So what we were using was the highest level for the limited development order, which is all we could do because we didn't have a development order on here. So the difference is TPI has got a development order. A LDO, a limited development order, would be you coming in and wanting your parking lot resealed and restriped. So there's a huge difference, but because we didn't have a specific development order in here, somehow or the other it was just mistakenly left out, we could only charge what the highest amount for the LDO was, even though we were doing all the other work.
That makes sense, and again, it wasn't that I was opposed to
Yeah.
fees, because looking up other charges around.
I questioned it too, which is why we are here, because I'm like, where is the development order on
But
here?
I appreciate that
So
it's
we're trying to
cleaner and
fix it.
easier for someone to see that's coming in to
Yes.
do it.
Yes.
That's the only question I had for that.
Okay. All right. Anything else in these, in this first round of fees?
I have,
Yes, sir.
no, this is kind of, again, kind of just a strategic question. I know that Christie came and, just walked in, convenient, talked about the money they save or they spend on a credit card fee. And of course, I'm one of those, and a lot of bills I use for the credit card. But if people start sending in checks, then doesn't that also take a lot of staff time?
Christy Corey for the record. So I actually put together some numbers for this. And just to give you some percentages of how the bills are paid currently, just to give you a little idea of that. So currently, we have 27% of payments are mailed in checks. So that is already being done on a daily basis. 33% is auto pay by checking account. 3% is credit cards that are called in. 34% are auto credit cards, and this is the fees that we're paying. So that's the $84,000 a year that we're paying in those auto credit card fees. And then,
Do you have any idea what the staff burden is in doing the percentage, with the 26%, I think you said, that are checks?
yeah, I'll be honest with you, we do it every day anyway. So we're posting checks regardless. And the idea here would be if our residents would just move from auto credit cards to the checking account, there would be no fees. So in that, when you talk about staff time, there's the posting of the checks, obviously, which we do every day, but there's also staff time with credit cards. So every month, we get a list from the system of credit cards that have expired, and we call all of those customers. Every customer that is declined, we call all of those customers. So it's not something that we let people get behind on their water bills and then disconnect them. We make courtesy calls to everyone to let them know your credit card's declined, your credit card is expired. So that's staff work also.
And so people could save this fee if they do a direct debit from a.
Exactly. Yes. So if you sign up for auto pay with checking account, there would not be a charge for that.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very well prepared. It's like I felt like I coached you or something.
Anything else?
I have, on page 264, there's a couple of items on there that caught my eye, and that's the daily rental of Bayside Park and the daily rental of the beach access for water, or for weddings. You know, we went from Bayside Park is $150, which to me is a bargain, to $350 an hour. It seems a little bit high to me. And then the beach access wedding, it appears that we didn't charge anything for it, and now we're going to charge $350 an hour. I agree that there should be a charge for it. I just don't know if $350 an hour is the number, the magic number that it should be. I could see $350 for, say, 4 hours, or do a lump sum type thing. But if they, for instance, if they paid $150 for the Bayside Park, the former Bayside Park, how long do they get that park for the $150?
Well, let me start.
Old Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let me start with the bigger premise. The bigger premise is that we're not competing against ourselves. So we have venues that we want people to utilize, and we don't want people to say that, well, I'm gonna use Bayside Park and not use Mound House or Newton because it's that much cheaper. So we're trying to say, like, what's our parity in the rate per venue, and then you pick the venue you like. And that's what we're trying to get to. So if you subscribe to that philosophy, that's the background for the rate structure we're moving to. If you feel that we should have the, good, better, best of the old Sears, then we could do that too.
And I support, and I understand the logic behind, keeping it the same for all of the venues. I just don't necessarily agree with the $350 per hour to rent those spaces. I mean.
Pick a number.
So you're saying that
Yeah.
if someone's gonna get married, that they could get the Mound House at the same price as they could at Beach Access?
Well, right now, the people get married at, a lot of people get married at Beach Access because it's so cheap. And we would like to drive them, hopefully, if they want to get married at the Beach Access, great, but for the same price, they could get married at either Newton or the Mound House. We think that, that's a better way to go, and not necessarily let people just, call a chair company from off island and set up, 12 chairs out on the middle of the access, but whatever you all decide.
So do you find that people that have these small weddings at Beach Accesses get permission?
No, they get permission. I think they're pretty good about that.
Are they?
But as of right now, there is no fee for it. It's just,
There is a nominal.
it's not listed in here.
It's just a permit, it's a $50 permit fee.
It wasn't listed
It's
in
not
here.
listed as a wedding fee or
Okay.
whatever, it's just a permit.
There's a few weddings down your place, Bill?
I mean, and I could
One of my
even
wife's
support
great pleasures is watching them, see what the bride is wearing.
I could even support the hourly rate if that's the thing, but I think $150 an hour seems more. If we're only charging them $50 now for something that they could technically go out and do for nothing if they really wanted to, $150 an hour seems fairly cheap for a beach wedding, or, I mean, it's been a while since I got married, but I gotta imagine $150 for an hour for a venue isn't too out of line.
Well, I think, again, you know, I don't want to be redundant, but we're trying to recognize the value of certain things, and, you know, we're putting our judgment as to what the value is, but clearly if the council thinks that there's a different parameter that we should be using, we'll be glad to use it. It's up to you.
Then I'll just make a motion and we'll go from there. I'll make a motion to change the $350 per hour for the Bayside Park rental and the beach access wedding permit fee, both of which are $350 per hour to $150 per hour.
There's a second?
Can I just ask a clarifying question real quick? So that means that if an adjacent business, particularly in the case of Bayside Park, wants to rent Bayside Park, you want them to use it at that rate that you just stated? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I think that's.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
I'll second it for discussion purposes, but I would love to hear from Allison to hear its impact on, what she thinks the impact would be of that step on Newton Park and Mound House. Not to put you on the spot, but you know a lot more about this than I do.
Allison Geeson, Director of Culture, Parks, and Recreation. So right now, wedding planners are using the beach accesses in order to cater to the need for weddings on the beach. I don't know how many, Roger, were actually coming through, but the minimal fee right now, I think, is causing, that's the way people are going, which it is up to you to be able to make that decision. But we have not had weddings at Newton. One, we've just lessened the process of getting the rental facility paperwork, so I know that will help. But Newton Beach Park is a beautiful beach access, and it has public restrooms. So right now they're using I think it's on the south end, just a beach access with no amenities. So I would love for people to know a little bit more about Newton, to be able to know in that venue that it could also be utilized as well.
And then, Allison, if you choose Newton over just a regular beach access with this, what we're hoping to do over the next few weeks, you'll be able to serve alcohol as part of that wedding where you couldn't otherwise legally at the beach access, or could you?
Well, that's the other part of it.
Well, but let's hash that out for a second. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, theoretically, they're not supposed to be, having sort of, bringing alcohol and having sort of a party at the beach access, really supposed to be the ceremony theoretically, but clearly that's what's happening. And the accesses are, when it's closed for the wedding, you theoretically can't use it. So we're trying to, encourage people to use our facilities that are designed for those types of purposes, and not kind of jury rig some other asset of the town for a purpose.
Yeah, it seems like it would be logical to incent people to come to Newton Park where there are public restrooms, because you got 50 people who are having adult beverages and celebrating. Where are they going to go to the bathroom? I mean, what are they doing over there? And what do they do with their trash? I mean, it seems like we shouldn't ban it, but it seems like we ought to encourage and incent people to come to the.
What we're trying to do is say, if you could get this for the same amount of money as you can get something nicer.
Yeah, exactly.
They would gravitate to something nicer.
And then there might be some value added for the town if they want to have a reception in the building, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, that I've seen weddings on the beach access that are nice, and I've seen other ones that are basically a cooler full of Natty Light. And I doubt they were paying any kind of fee. So, I support keeping these fees the way that the staff recommended.
You as well. I think Allison really tries to think these things through. I give her credit for trying to improve the situation, and I think she deserves a chance to see how this works. If it proves that it doesn't work, then that fee could be changed next year or a year down the road. But she's come up with a plan for something that she's trying to accomplish, and I would go along with keeping things as she suggested.
And this is absolutely nothing against Allison. I love the work she does. She's extremely excellent. But to me, it just appeared as though you're trying to achieve something by raising a fee to drive people to a specific facility. is the way that I looked at it. And not everyone can afford that facility.
Absolutely.
But also, people shouldn't be able to use a beach access for free either. So I'm just trying to find a balancing act in there where the people that can't necessarily afford the 350 or the Mount House or the Newton still have a viable option that it allows us to be able to cover the expenses to clean things up or do what we have to do when they're done.
And that, to me, is the job of the council, is to make sure that that balance is really good between that, so people have a choice, because I've done that with my other fees at my other facilities, to make sure if people don't want to have an annual pass, they can buy something different that's more affordable to their particular
Well, Councilor Allers, let's explore what you're saying for a second. So let's just say that you have the bride and groom, you have the best man and maid of honor, you know, you have 2 witnesses, and you have the person conducting the ceremony. So, you know, you want to say, like, if 10 people or less, you can use the beach access at a discounted rate, and if you're more than 10 people, you know, we go towards one of these other facilities at the more expensive rate.
Yeah, I'm certainly not opposed to that compromise. That makes sense. It's just, I think, providing, as we've discussed, as we'll probably discuss shortly in the board cab meetings about the fees, I think it's important to be able to allow different fee schedules for things like this, for different financial reasons, for people that can afford things and can't afford things. And the last thing I'd want to do is make it so expensive that we're tempting people who can't afford it to do it without getting the proper paperwork.
We don't want any newly married couple to go into debt the first day of their marriage. But that being the case, is there an amount you feel comfortable with for the 10 person less for the beach accesses?
I guess maybe I'll rely on your expertise, Alice. And with the weddings that you see coming in, or someone that happens to see more weddings on the beach than maybe I do,
you know, I would just say, you know, just off the top of my head, you know, probably like half of what we're charging at the other numbers. So that might be the vice mayor's suggestion. You know, just half it for if they want to do it at the beach for 10 people or less.
Okay, well, we've hammered this one, and the motion on the floor was to reduce the $350 per hour down to $150 per hour. It was seconded, it's been discussed. Objection to the motion?
I object to the motion.
I object.
I object to.
Well, could we give Councilor Allers a chance to amend his motion to adopt the town manager's
I thought that
compromise?
was going to be, I thought they were going to look into those fees.
No, so I was going to just say that we will have, well, what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Council, is we keep everything the same, but we create a new fee for beach access, 10 people or less, at a rate of,
And when you say keep everything the same, you're, without the proposed $350 an hour is what you're saying?
no, keeping everything as printed, but add a new
Another
rate in
10 or less.
for 10 or less at the beach access at a rate of,
Okay. Well, since that motion failed, maybe.
No, you need to give him a number. Is it 150? Are you comfortable with that then, for 10 or less?
That, but I think since it's been voted on and canceled, we have to, John, correct me if I'm wrong, restate another motion.
Another motion.
You want to make another motion?
I will state another motion, and I will make a motion to keep the fees as proposed for the Bayside Park and for the beach access wedding, but offer the discount of $150 an hour for the 2 items for parties of 10 or less.
And I will, you know, you were losing me for a while, Councilor Allers, but I'm going to second that and support it, because there are people out there who are really hurting, and you know, and I think we need to be sensitive to that. If they want to, we have this beautiful beach access system that democratizes the beach for the whole island, and if a couple that's struggling wants to get married on the beach, it seems like this is a nice path for them to be able to do it and still have it be affordable. So I support your motion.
And you're including Bayfront Park in that?
Yes.
Reducing Bayfront Park to $150 an hour?
For the parties of 10 or less.
Okay.
So if they want to get married at Bayside Park, they have a party of 10 or less, it would be the same as if they wanted to do it on the beach.
Okay.
Just for consistency.
And that's strictly for weddings?
I don't necessarily think it
yeah,
has.
we don't have too many other, it's either, occasionally we have a renewal of vows, but it's 99.9% weddings.
And I just, one kind of maybe potential consequence of this, if you're talking about a party of 10 or less and giving a Bayside Park, does that mean they get the park?
No, this is just beach access.
Well, you said for two of them, so you were saying
Well,
Bayside Park as well.
it's Bayside Park, yes, and then the beach access.
So if.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Newton Park.
No, so Bayfront Park is saying if a party of 5 people want to get married there, they've got the entire park for $150 an hour.
Unless you have a different proposal.
I would, to me, it seems, it seems like you're making the whole park exclusive just for a very small group of people.
Fair point.
And so no one else can use it during that time. It just seems like that, the Bayside Park, I'm okay with, what you said, the beach access change. I don't think I'm just not okay with the Bayside Park change.
In the spirit of compromise, I will amend my motion to exclude Bayside Park from that.
Second.
We're moving second. Any further discussion? Any objection?
Yes. I still think we should keep it as it was.
Okay, well, it's not going that way this time. So the motion passes with the vice mayor dissenting. Okay, we'll move on. Anything else in this group?
In the town fee schedule, at the very end, the personal watercraft and the beach furniture vendor license. Since I'm already speaking, I'll be the first to speak on it, I guess. The issue I have with these fees is not that I disagree with the fact that the fees should be increased, as some of the vendors have said. I think it makes sense to separate the two fees because it is the beach furniture and the parasailing / jet ski licenses are technically two different things to me. And I think it's a bit premature to assess a fee when we don't know yet what that ordinance is going to be that they are going to have to follow. So to assess a fee to potential enforcement or code violations before we know what they could potentially be violating, it just to me seems a bit premature.
I understand the concern. My response to that would be that the idea that has been discussed and the direction that has already been given to staff, including myself, that we're working on, is there is going to be more complexity to the ordinance and how it gets implemented. And there have already been a number of discussions and comments and concerns from staff, relating to the provisions in the existing regulations with respect to having to remove the equipment from the beach area on a daily basis. That is going to require more oversight and more enforcement, as well as the, where do, for lack of a better description, the kiosk or where they set up to actually, rent the equipment, and the need to remove that from the beach. That's already a provision in the code. We're going to continue to have that provision, and it just, historically has not been strictly enforced. And the idea, as I understand it, is that there would be enhanced enforcement in that regard. So there is going to be an increased cost to administering the regulation. I mean,
And I'm not disagreeing with that point.
So it's the question is, do you want to, pass or have an increase now, or do it in 6 months, or whenever you all, because you certainly because it's in resolution form, we can always put it on an agenda whenever you all feel it's appropriate to do so. But it still begs the question of what is the increase going to be? And that's outside my that's why you all sit up there and I sit down over here.
And I agree with that. I guess I'll reiterate my point is we don't know what's going to be required from the enforcement side. So if we're using these fees based on that, then I have an issue with not knowing what that is and assessing a fee to something of the unknown. I'm not opposed to potentially, increasing this a little bit now, and once we see what this is, and next year we revisit it, and maybe it's an incremental thing based on what we now see we may or may not be having to enforce. I just think it's just a little premature to assess something when we don't know that they will be creating any offense.
I don't, that's certainly the prerogative of the council. I think, from what I've heard, and discuss, and here, as well as what staff has said, is that the proposed fee increase is not necessarily just solely a function of potentially increased enforcement activity, which certainly has been discussed and mentioned, but also the fact that it just hasn't been increased in 6 years.
Well, I think, and I remember one of the speakers at the comments was that, I think if I wrote my note correctly, that they said that 50% of what the town was proposing, was more reasonable.
Was acceptable, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that's where we start, and we see what happens from there.
I heard the same statement. If I did a little quick math here, and halfway between the 170 and the 1,200 is $685.
I'd second that if it's a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we adjust these fees to $685 from $1,200 on page 265.
And are you doing the same thing with the beach furniture, et cetera?
Yeah, all four of them.
Taking them down? I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
So there's no interest in separating the fee structure from the parasailing jet ski versus the beach chair operation? I don't know the business model. I don't know if there's more money generated from beach chairs versus parasailing and jet skis. I'm sure at the next meeting they'll enlighten me to that, but.
Or probably a chain of emails following this meeting.
Either way is fine. I'll take whatever more information I can get, the better.
I'm looking at it more of we're not asking for a cut of their profits, right? We're asking, this is an enforcement issue. And that they have a lot of things in common. Some of the violations I hear are things like, where do they store them, right? Are they stored properly? Where are they at night with their concession booth? How's their concession booth set up? And I've heard complaints, then there's some complaints that are very specific. And I know that some of the chair complaints have been, downtown we had problems for a while with people, chair vendors chasing off people when they want to put down their towel, and being kind of very territorial. So I think that, I think they all have, I would say, for want of more evidence, similar burdens of enforcement.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any objection?
I object.
The motion carries 4-1 with Councilman Hours dissenting. Okay. Anything else in this townwide fee schedule? If not, we'll move on to the Bay Oaks Rec Center.
Whoa, we have public comment.
Yeah.
Public comment on,
Public comment, how often is public comment in this?
Generally speaking, you all have had, public comment. I mean, you can ask if there's anyone else any of the members of the audience who have anything to add to what they may have already said to minimize the repetitive nature, but.
Isn't it usually at the beginning and the end of the meeting, though?
No, this is historically, the city has listed all of the budget-related items as public hearing items on the agenda. And that's what's been done this year as well.
all right. Anybody want to speak? Ginger, you want to
Have
speak?
a whole sign up.
Oh, you have a whole list. Okay, come on up. Call them out.
Forrest Kritzer's first, following Forrest, I'm sorry, you weren't, yeah, you signed up. Following Forrest will be Linda Miller.
Forrest Kritzer for the record, and I want to thank the council for what they're presenting and what's been said thus far. And I want to go on record, Mr. Veach, you're in my community. I want phone calls. We want to be a place where people come and enjoy, and we want them to look at the church as a place of sanctuary also, and a place of enjoyment. Our goal is not to affect the community adversely in any way. If we have lighting problems, if we have noise problems, whatever it is, we will correct it. I was not aware.
Thank you, Forrest.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Forrest.
Linda Miller, and after Linda will be Trevor Hockett.
Hey guys, this is Linda Miller, and I want to also, on behalf of the vendors and the landowners and myself, I would like to thank you so much for freezing our fees. I just want to also give you my phone number. If you have anything, text is best because sometimes I don't hear the phone ring, but I will respond within 10 minutes of your communication. If I don't know about a problem, I can't handle it. So that's, I just want to open those lines of communication so I can help you with any kind of complaints that you're getting, because in the past 7 years, I've gotten none. And if I do get a complaint, usually I'm trying to handle it. And usually, sometimes we do, once in a while, people ignore the parking signs that we have at Beach Baptist. And I'm over there trying, and sometimes they argue with me. And so, yeah, I do my best, and I want to keep it that way. My reputation's on the line. I want to keep my permits going. I want to keep providing jobs for these vendors. And I'd say about 10 of them are residents usually. So I just want to thank you so much for honoring the agreement we've had in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Trevor Hockett, and after Trevor will be Matthew Pleskovic.
No Trevor.
Matthew, you're up then. And then after Matthew will be Ginger Weber.
Thank you. Matthew Pleskovic, Venetibo Tours and Rides behind the Junkanoo Fresh Catch property. I already said what I had to say in terms of coming to terms on a nominal increase. A nominal increase, we're at a wide scale here. Also, we're at 3 different topics. There is the chair license, there's the parasail license, and there is the jet ski wave runner water sports license. To come across the board and represent this as an increase on all of them, I believe there's still some more things to be discussed. As I pointed out, I was not prepared to make a comment or to lend voice to an increase to the water sports ordinance, to the water sports license, mainly because I would want to know where that money's going towards, where that money's going to protect our industry as a whole. There has been infiltration over the past 2, 3, 4 years and ongoing prior to that. But with the onset of the COVID experience that we just had, everybody and their brother was trying to rent jet skis. And I've had other situations, and I have a very good relationship with a lot of the Marine Patrol, and I spoke to them, and you know what? They referred me back to get it back to the council, get it back to the town. They need to be enforcing this. So I believe there's a few more I's to dot and T's to cross before we come to any decision on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ginger Weber, and then after Ginger is Kristen Potts.
Hi, good morning, or good evening. Ginger Weber. I was going to read 3 letters, one from a resort, one from a condo owner, one from a property owner. I had asked to do that, but I think that they all pretty much say about the same thing. They are concerned about the raises.
We'll submit them for the record.
I will. I'll submit them for the record. Thank you. And a couple things that brought me back to first, for the PWVL and the PAL, right now the ordinance is still in place, and the fees are inside that ordinance. So until the ordinance is changed, it's always been my understanding, I think that I've heard that from the town manager as well, that once it's opened, then those can get taken outside like they normally are written now. So even if you decide on the increase, I'm assuming that wouldn't happen until the ordinance had been rewritten and finalized. So that's one thing I wanted to bring up. And then the other is the separation of the beach furniture enforcement and cost versus the parasail and wave runner. Factually, the PWVL and PALs have been at 170 since inception of that ordinance. The only increases have been what my husband brought up, that it's kind of been pulled apart and there are more permits involved for each. But so that stayed the same, but the beach furniture ordinance started in 2016. $250 for your initial fee, and then $100 each year after. There's not a lot of enforcement that goes on with that. The first year is where all the mapping is done. After that, it's just sort of, we re-up our insurance and make sure everything's still on record with the town. So as far as enforcement, I think if you have, generally there's not much. I mean, I'm on the south end of the island, basically from Sunset to Wyndham, and we haven't, I don't know, I mean, I can't think of much that's ever been done. Now, if you have a bad seed or someone in another area that's causing issues, then that's when the violations need to be put out. And that's where that money for that extra code enforcement would come in place. So I just, hearing you say the same for the chairs versus the wave runners, that's way off in my mind. There should be a nominal increase, just like with all the other permit fee increases, because it hasn't been that long and there's not a lot of enforcement that goes with it. The wave runners, the parasail, we all agree, some increases is needed. And, but I do still want hope that question will be answered about when those would take place with the PWVL and PAL, because the fees are inside that ordinance still.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Ginger.
Kristen Potts, and then after Kristen is Karen Woodson. Kristen's gone. Kristen's gone. Karen Woodson. You're good. Jennifer Rusk is gone too. Rachel Chuka, she gone now too? All right.
We're outlasting them all.
Lisa Kabak, gone. Ellen Vaughn, gone. Gone. That's all I have written down.
Anyone else that we missed? No? Okay. All right. We'll move on to the Bay Oaks Rec Center fees.
So now, like I mentioned before, and this is probably a question for Allison, I think this might have even been before your time, that there was a time when there was a resident fee, and then they removed that because they wanted to get more people in. Were you around then?
I was.
No. It was pre-Allison Geeson, Director of Culture, Parks and Recreation. I was around when it was free. Every resident is a member.
Right.
And all residents were free.
So
It was
Rex,
proposed by Summer Stockton when she was a council member.
and did it increase the usage of the facility, do you know?
I believe it did temporarily, but then I don't know whether that actually lasted or not. I think when everybody heard that it was free, that they ran down and got memberships, but I don't know whether they actually used the facility.
Yeah.
And
My impression.
And just with some information that I know has been submitted through BORCAB and through the council, the residents that are using the facility that have memberships that are free are half in number, meaning our non-residents are doubled in our membership and usage.
And so are you pretty comfortable with it, that charging for the resident memberships won't really cause a big decrease in your visitors?
Say that again?
Are you pretty confident that starting to charge for membership won't create a decrease, a big decrease in your numbers?
I don't think anybody can really predict that. I think that people value what they pay for, and it just really depends. I've said if I had a crystal ball, somebody let me know if they can read into it.
Lotto.
You know, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Allison, I think that the committee has reviewed these fees at least twice, maybe three
Twice,
times. yeah.
yes.
And after review and tweaking, this is what we wound up with. So this is actually the committee's recommendation. as I
That is
understand it.
correct, yes. And they really took a lot of time and effort, comparisons across the board, different things. If you're a member, you save on certain things. You know, just like the Mound House, you know, when you become a member, you want to support the organization, and then you have added benefit and value to that. And that was one thing that the committee did really well. And they did come back, the town manager is correct, and revisit these fees.
Yeah, I know, I watched some of those deliberations, and I know it was painstaking, but they got it done, and, Councilman, and I'm satisfied with them, if everybody else is.
Yeah. Well, I did receive at least one email where someone was saying, you know, that increasing the fees, like for the kids program, was, you know, gouging the people, and then where's the money going? And just remember that, like, right now, every dollar that you spend at Bay Oaks, the town is kicking in for. So this is, you know, any money that comes from any increasing revenue that comes from this, pretty much just continues to pay for the program.
Yes, and we do have really great scholarship money for our youth and teen programs. And so that is always an option with any family that cannot afford. Those are available.
I'm glad you brought that up, Allison, because I don't think a lot of people know about that.
Yes, we just need to ask staff, and we'll get them the resources that they need.
So is there a motion to approve the Bay Oaks Rec Center and Pool fees that have been proffered to us by the staff?
I'll move to approve the Bay Oaks fees.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is the Mound House fees. Anybody want to jump in on that? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the fees for the Mound House?
I would move approval.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next is Newton Park. Is there a motion to approve the fees that have been submitted here?
I would also move approval.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next is the building and permit fee schedule. Does anybody have anything here, or is there a motion to approve what's been submitted by the staff?
I'll move to approve what was submitted by the staff.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. That takes care of all the fees that have been submitted.
Just
I'm sorry.
I believe early on, we skipped over some things that were non-controversial and didn't pass them. I assumed there was going to be a motion at the end to pass the fee schedule as amended, because, and then you started going section by section and voting on each one. So I think just to clear up,
Okay,
we need to do a motion on the fee schedule as a whole.
an umbrella.
So I'd move to adopt the fee schedule as it has been.
I have there are things that are not on the fee schedule that I want to talk about, and one I've been talking about for some time, and that's a short-term rental fee.
Okay.
The short-term rental permit fee. That last year, we increased it from $250 to $300 for the earmarking the money for workforce housing. And I'd like to propose an additional $100 per bedroom fee to that charge to get more money for workforce housing. And this is something that I've mentioned numerous times that I was going to suggest during these meetings.
So you're saying if you have a four-bedroom house, it'd be an additional $400 to the $300
Per year, yes.
per year? I would not support that.
And one of the good things about this is that the fee is more proportional to income.
But I think when we go back to the start of the short-term rental ordinance, the fees were initially imposed for administrative fees to do all the processing, and now we're trying to change it to generate funds for something else.
Well, I'd have to say that when the short-term rental statutes were first passed, the town was in a completely different situation than it is today. My neighborhood has become at least 50% short-term rental, and it was not. It is a trend that I find to be alarming. I am losing my town. People are buying up the properties and renting them out. And if we have to change the reasoning that we have for our fee schedule in order to preserve the fact that we still have neighbors and friends, I mean, I'm getting emotional about this. My neighborhood is gone. The people that I was friends with. I now have to deal with strangers on a weekly basis walking up and down my street. I don't know who these people are. So I think we have to do something to get this situation under control. And I don't think that Bill's suggestion is a total solution for that, but it is a solution. It is thing that helps us in that in raising the fees, we have A, more money for enforcement, but B, we can help address this problem by having housing that is affordable for our workforce to live in here on our island. I have also lost many friends on this island because they've moved away because they can't afford to live here anymore. And they've been driven out by the short-term rentals. So if we need to change our reasoning for the fee schedule that has to do with short-term rentals, I think we need to seriously consider that.
You know, Madam Vice Mayor, I'm certainly sympathetic to your points. I think we're all aware of where the short-term rentals are now versus where they were before. But I'm a little confused as to the proposed fee increase is for a specific use, is what you mentioned. And what you're suggesting to me is that that use would then be used to try to eliminate short-term rentals.
No.
But that's kind of what
Then I did not speak eloquently enough, and I apologize.
So I'm
And I'm
certainly
under
open to listening to ideas of how we can change that trend or slow it down or do whatever we can do to keep our neighbors and friends, as you have said, and try to keep it as affordable as possible to live on the island. But I don't know that charging a fee like that is something that is going to stop anybody. That's just going to get passed on to the end users that are going to continue to come. It's not going to stop someone from buying a house. It's just going to pass on to your friends and relatives that may come and rent an Airbnb.
I think it will, because if our fees are higher here, and they have to pay more to come here and stay in a short-term rental, that maybe they'll go somewhere else.
And again, is that our goal?
And it is my goal, because I don't want this to become a short-term rental community. I believe in having a reasonable number of short-term rentals, but it has gone beyond reasonable.
And let me go back to the point here, because now I know that, this is a fee, right? It's not ad valorem tax that just goes into the general fund. It's a fee. And there's specific uses it can be used for. And certainly the paperwork, which is a minor part of it, is one. The other is enforcement, which is a very established, and stop me if I'm going off track here, John. But the other is if something has an effect, to counteract that effect. And taking annual rentals that workers live in and converting them to short-term rentals is a thing. We've lost staff who had to move off the island because their house was converted into a short-term rental. This is a way to, as opposed to try to suppress the short-term rental market, this is more of a way to just provide a place for the workers, to keep the vibrancy of the workers here and reduce traffic from not having them commute on the island in the rush hour back and forth. That's the real intent of this, is to keep that vibrancy.
And I appreciate your sentiment, and I understand where you're coming from, but I just don't see how by adding more cost to something, a specific one industry is going to, if we're speaking frank here, the affordability of an annual rental on this island, that ship has sailed. I don't know that it's ever going backwards. I don't see the property values ever going backwards. They're gonna continue to go up, which is gonna cost the short-term rentals, not necessarily short-term rentals, but monthly rentals to go up. I think there's ways to incentivize homeowners to offer annual rentals versus raising fees on one specific industry. And I'm fully open to those discussions, but I don't think by feeing someone to death is the proper mechanism to get the goal that I think we're all trying to achieve.
Okay, just a couple counterpoints there. One is, with the amount of money these are worth, feeing them to death, this is not even close. This is decimal dust in the accounts of these short-term rentals. The other thing is that you said that you don't think property prices are ever going to go down, they're going to continue to go up. So how do we encourage people to have annual rentals? The reality is the reason why they're going up is because of how lucrative short-term rentals are. And so that also limits what we can do. So this is a fairly creating from nothing a workforce housing program on the island is ambitious, and other people are way ahead of us. We can say we want to wait for somebody else to do it, which means it's not going to get done. No outside entity is going to fund workforce housing on Fort Myers Beach because it's just too expensive. It's up to us, and this is the only chance that we're going to have to do it. So I think if we want to make a stab at this, this is the time, and it requires money. It requires more money this year than it did last year. That's just the reality.
Yeah, and I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this, because I think there's other avenues that can be looked at to incentivize homeowners to put their house into something other than an Airbnb, through legislative policies that we can put in place to incentivize homeowners that are buying houses here to do other things with it that aren't Airbnb. So for that, I just can't support that fee.
And I'm open to additional measures we taken. And like we talked about before, if there's a business, and part of this, and Sarah was here, is coming up with some solid zoning saying, if you build a workforce housing project, here are the parameters. And then if someone who has a hotel and has property and they want to build a workforce housing for their workers, it doesn't involve the town, that's an additional avenue to do it. There's also talk in, I think, Miami, where like the, what do they call it, the legal non-conforming apartments, that they could be used, that now can't be rented legally, that they could be used for workforce housing. But I think the real drive has got to be, we got to do it ourselves, we got to get the money to be able to create a workforce housing program, and without this fee, we're saying we're not going to do it.
I think that's too broad of a statement, but, I mean, we all know that land is very valuable on this island. I don't see a place on the island that no matter how much money we raise for workforce housing, no matter how many fees we assess to people, that's going to afford us a place to make a difference. Now, I think we have opportunities to work with other, with the county, with private developers, with landowners to make something work, but I don't see how that's going to work on the island to make a huge enough difference to justify keep adding fees to one specific
I think we need all of those things. The fees is just one part of it. We need to do all those other things as well.
It's done incrementally. It doesn't happen overnight. These things take time.
Could I?
You have to start somewhere.
Could I just ask Councilman Veach, for those who might be watching, we went granular very quickly. Could you help folks understand, first of all, what you did the last time, what the increase was the last time, and what we're talking about from 10,000 feet, and then what you're proposing today a little bit, Bill, because you alluded to this, but I haven't seen any detail until today.
Okay, and I think that the town manager, he put in the last report that there was like, the last, coming up with a fee increase like this takes a long time to actually come into effect, because people will renew earlier, before the effective dates, and then it takes, pretty much a year to come around. So you're saying last year we raised,
No, let's go back even higher. What are we talking about? So when somebody owns a building, home, and they want to rent it out, they have to pay a registration fee, correct?
Right.
And that's an annual fee?
Right.
And what was it before, and what is it now after your proposal last year?
$300 per door, if you will. So it's per rental. And this is an increase of $100 per
What was it before the 300?
50.
So it was $50? So it went from $50 last year, I guess, or, yeah, last year.
Yep.
$50 to 300, and that was basically per unit.
Right.
And now it's gonna be 300 per unit, plus an additional $100 per room?
Right.
So if you have a 4-bedroom home and you want to short-term rental it, and you want to register it with the town, that would be a $700 fee? I'm just trying to understand it.
And I did find a website where they analyze Airbnb type things, vacation rentals, and they said the average rental has 2.1 bedrooms.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what you're
So
proposing.
the average, this is an annual fee, would go from 300 to 500. And that puts us not, there are still towns that are quite a bit higher.
So a 4-bedroom short-term rental owner would need to pay the town $700 a year versus the current for the registration.
Yep.
Okay, just trying to, I think it's helpful for the people listening to understand what we're talking about here. Thank you.
And I think that, fully implemented, we right now have, according to the town, we have 2,000 registrations, 1,999, with an average of 2.1 bedrooms. That could potentially yield close to $1 million a year, which in this market doesn't buy a lot. But then the other part of that is that, and this is, the goal here is not to have the town do this. The goal is to come up with a housing entity. And that housing entity would have a contract with that entity to provide workforce housing and pay them a fee for that, and then they would be the ones who would manage the property. That's a typical model.
Are you troubled that the town, I know we're talking about it, but are you troubled about increasing something this significantly without having a plan or a program in place?
I think for a lot of it, you have to, if you have the plan in place, if you have something, let's say you have a property in mind, that if it takes a year to get the kind of funding, you're never going to be able to take any action. And the plan is fairly basic. I mean, I know that that commercial property on the island is one possibility. Our land that we have here is a possibility. It's an incremental thing. If we did have a big opportunity and we had money coming in from this, then we could borrow against that and make a big move and get ourselves working on this if the opportunity presents itself.
Since we don't have a plan or a program that's formally instituted yet, and I know we're talking about it, and very sincerely, do you already have this formulated in your mind? Or in other words, could you envision using this reserve fund to partner with a private entity and maybe give them a credit or a tax credit or incentive to do it through the private sector? I mean, are you open to that? Or are you envisioning this entity owning and this not-for-profit entity owning and managing the fund, the property? I mean, are you open to a wide variety of things, or is it you envision it kind of solely working through the Sanibel-like program? And I mean that sincerely.
And I'm open I'm a wide open guy.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that solves a problem, I'm okay with. But I realize that all these solutions take money. That it wouldn't make sense to go to a private developer and say, well, here's we give you denser zoning, but you can only charge this little amount for rents for workforce housing because it's usually tied to income. Because I don't think it would make a suitable business model without throwing in a lot of subsidies to it.
And Roger, thank you. Roger, when the fee went from $50 to $300 last year, how much money has that raised thus far, ballpark?
I believe we projected $330,000 in growth from the start.
340,000?
330, I think it was.
80 and 900.
And how is that money protected, for lack of a better term, within our town accounting structure? In other words, John had mentioned some time ago, and I want to misquote you, that there are certain restrictions on how you can spend a fee increase like this. In other words, is that money protected to solely solve the short-term or the workforce housing problem, or can it be exploited for the town for other purposes? Yeah.
If the direction of this council is to segregate and put that money into a a specific account for, to help with providing seed money or whatever verb, adjective that you want to use to describe solving or helping to try and solve the affordable housing or the workforce housing problem that the community has, then that's what we will do. And that's how it's restricted.
And it's, and do we do that? I mean, taxpayers are a bit cynical these days, both at the federal, state, local level. How do we assure the taxpayer that we have, through our budget process, protected that money for the purpose that that we're currently discussing?
That was the specific direction last year when the fee was increased. That the motion was, when you all voted to increase the amount of the short-term rental annual fee, the specific direction was to staff was to in fact segregate that money to provide for assistance with the affordable housing market rate issue in the community, to provide as seed money. And I believe the other authorization was to potentially use it to and provide for enhanced enforcement. I can't remember, but I do very specifically remember that that was the restriction on the use of that fund when the rate increase was approved last year.
Council, just for reference, if you quickly turn to page 292, you'll see we have a section of sort of reserves in the middle left-hand column. And whether this amount has changed or not, in subsequent years, you're going to see a line here where you see GFOA, emergency, legal, compensated actions, beach, grant matches. You'll see another line that's going to say workforce housing.
Where's the 340 referenced here?
Well, it isn't yet because it's still coming in, because don't forget it started in January. When we close the fiscal year, it'll get transferred to this.
But you said, so where it says so,
But next year, you'll see it there.
Reserves.
okay. So like for the emergency reserves and,
There'll be an accounting of that amount there.
so
There'll be another line item there.
up in here.
John, I'm just going to ask a broad question here. This type of a fee increase, I know I know enough to be dangerous with respect to the short-term rental ordinance and how the state has preempted localities in certain areas on this. Would this violate any state statute with respect to preemption, but by making a change in our short-term rental ordinance? Okay.
I'm familiar with other jurisdictions that charge significantly higher fees per year for the right to operate a short-term rental in their jurisdictions. In some jurisdictions, I've seen the number as high as $1,000, $1,500.
Yeah, my research said Marathon charges for like your 4-bedroom place $1,200 a year. St. Pete Beach $2,400 a year. And I know that like Marco Island just started a registration program.
What you can't do is you can't restrict the zoning categories, but since yours predates the state preemption, that's still maintained. You do have your regulations. We just can't modify them going forward. But increasing the fee is, yes, you can do it.
And, you know, this is really not my preferred option to acquire, workforce housing. My preferred option would be that we still had our neighbors and we still had our communities, as you did. We still had banks, because I know there was 5 banks on the island. And when do we start losing churches and other important things that make us a community if we don't keep people here?
And can I just add one last thing, if I may? Council Adderhall, just to remind, you always ask us to say things so that the community is educated. So I just want to remind everybody that any expenditure of more than $25,000 requires council approval. So whether it's something that's in a specified account or in the general fund or anything else, $25,000 or more comes in front of this council for approval.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, people saw what happened to Social Security funds. There was supposed to be a black box dynamic to protect those funds. I want to make sure the town, and it's up to us, obviously, as the overseers of the budget process, to make sure that the town can have some comfort that these dollars are going to where they're, to that stated purpose, and they're not fungible and being utilized for other not nefarious things, but like general revenue type things. I just think it's important to make sure that is delineated in a way and protected, so people would see that the dollars are going to where they're supposed to go.
If I can speak, I share the vice mayor's concerns. I mean, I've watched these neighborhoods change dramatically over the years. I mean, there are places on this island that I don't recognize anymore. I mean, I recognize the geography, but I don't recognize the communities, and it is disheartening. It's very disheartening, and the thought of losing the community this way has troubled me for a very long time, And I admire your initiative, Bill, that you're taking to move this forward. I think what you're, although it's not going to happen overnight, but what your initiative does is it tells the workforce housing community that we're for real down here. I mean, we're willing to put our money where our mouths are. We're willing to walk the walk. So right away, that qualifies you with a lot of these people to get in the door. You know, the agencies, the developers, the lenders, the bankers, this one, that one. I mean, we already have a steady stream of income, but we'll have even a greater stream of income to put up along those lines. So I understand exactly your motivation. I mean, and there are and will be possibilities over the years here to accomplish that. You mentioned commercial properties. I mean, I can think of several commercial properties over here that could be incentivized to the owners where big densities could occur. And one comes to mind right now is Carmen's property there at Kia Stero. I mean, it's empty. It's all been empty in there except for a handful of tenants. And he's been waiting to see what he wants to do with it and everything. That's a perfect property to approach an owner and say, listen, you know, if we can incentivize, give you certain incentives, you know, on your density or your commercial downstairs, with the understanding that you're going to put all these apartments upstairs for our workforce, well, then we'll work with you, and it'll be worthwhile to you. That's just one. There's several of them on the island that could be looked at. And what the guy from the county that day said to us, I mean, there's all kinds of different opportunities for elderly people that maybe they don't want to sell. They want to live here. They want to die here. They want to die in their homes. They want to stay here, and they can do reverse mortgages and have the town or not the town, but the whatever our agency is as the beneficiary. You know, and I mean, there's all kinds of different options that can be explored, but I think once you're in the community of workforce housing community and you're recognized as someone that wants to play in that, more opportunities will come, and this is a start. This is a start, and it's a good start.
And I think I agree, you know, and I understand the unknown being a little maybe concerning for you, Councilman Adderholt, but, you know, part of it's not being too rigid, so if an opportunity comes along, like the mayor said, if we have cash in our pocket and the county is looking for a project, maybe that will get us in the door to make that project more either closer to home or on the island.
It gets very creative in this environment. I mean, it's the buzzword all over the country. Workforce housing it's not just 4 Hours Beach, it's everywhere.
Well,
everywhere.
And so is the effect of short-term rentals on affordable housing.
Yes.
That's all over the country too.
Yes.
You know, just to add a little bit to it, I completely understand what everyone is saying, and I think that we have started the process in setting money aside through what passed last year with the 380 that's going to be a recurring fund that's going to be added to that bucket for workforce housing. I would not opposed to increasing fees if we have a plan in place to do it. I think we've started the ball in motion of putting money away into a fund, but we haven't started any ball moving forward with talking with or dealing with the county or private developers. I think that's the most important step that we need to attack next before we keep adding to something that we don't know what it is yet. I mean, many times on this council, I've heard you say, Bill, you know, we don't want to show our best hand first. Well, we keep saying we're willing to increase these fees. What is that telling to a developer or to someone that potentially could come in and has the financial resources to be able to do it? It's saying that we're willing to keep adding fees and adding fees and adding fees. What's the incentive for them to just not wait until we can almost do it by ourselves and then come in and say, hey, I think we need to start that second step of the process in trying to formulate a plan to see exactly what's a viable solution. How can we get there? There's already money continuing to go into this bucket. I think we need to get to that second step.
Okay.
I was starting to make a motion. Bill,
right
may I make a motion including your request?
Please do.
Okay. Just for clarification, we voted on some of the items in the fee schedule, but skipped over others that were apparently uncontroversial. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the fee schedule included in the notebook with the amendments previously voted on by this council, and in addition, add Bill's request to add the increase to the short-term rental registration fee as stated.
That's $100 per bedroom.
Yeah. I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to explain my vote. I'm going to, for purposes of discussion, I'm going to support this. I do hope over the next 2 weeks, because it's, I know you've alluded to it, but we haven't had any public input on this at all. And I'd like to hear from folks out in the community who are in this business and understand the trends and the dynamics and the impact of this. And I mean, I conceptually, I think it's the direction we need to be thoughtful about. I hope we have both public, not-for-profit, and private sector solutions for this workforce housing piece. I hope we're open to all solutions, and it sounds like we are, which is great. Clearly, we're going to need significant resources to make this happen in a significant way. But I'm a little uncomfortable, but that there was no detail until really today, and that I'd like to have, and it's good that we've got 2 weeks to have some input from the public on this, and so I hope we hear it. And again, I hope we then, if this does pass, I hope we accelerate our efforts to define, again, with a lot of flexibility, like you said, some kind of a plan and a not-for-profit entity to help spearhead this effort, so we can immediately start moving forward.
Anything further? Any objection to the motion?
I object.
The motion carries 4-1 with Councilman Allers dissenting.
Now, Mayor, before we move on, because I know that part of this exercise of doing the fees is to figure out where we are financially when we're looking at where we're going to spend it, right, with our add-on list. So, you know, one of my philosophies is to really try to, you know, that anytime you really, when you're not charging market for something, you're a subsidy, and as long as you do that with an open eye, that you know what you're doing is getting a subsidy, then I think there's some value to it. I was also looking at some of the rental rates for things like the Times Square space we have. I think now I have a spreadsheet here somewhere for this. I think we're $13.40 a square foot.
It's gonna go up, CPI.
$13.40 a square foot.
It's in 22.
Yeah, and that's with the recent small increase. I went through and went onto the LIPA site, and I looked at the amount of property taxes that all the properties in Times Square are paying to the town's portion, and the annual rent that they're paying. And a lot of them, you know, some of them, almost no one is paying over $1,000 a month for what's probably the most valuable space in their entire thing. So when we're talking about a lot of the complaints we get of people who are wanting community policing, I'm getting are from the Times Square area. So to me, it makes sense that if we're going to go this way, is to increase these rents to be more in line with the market and we can use that proceeds to maybe justify community policing.
I'm not adverse to having that discussion, but it is outside of the fee schedule. It's a separate contract that we have with,
Separate resolution, I believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a separate resolution, so it's really outside of the agenda today, but I'm not adverse to having that future discussion.
So we can put it on a future agenda.
We can do whatever you direct us to do.
When are the leases renewed?
I want to say October, but I'm not certain. I would have to check.
Well, they can still be discussed, right? They don't,
Well, we could open the discussion as soon as the next meeting, and we'll have some more information by then.
And I'm okay with that. So no, it's new.
okay. All right, we've knocked out the fee schedule. Now, we were gonna go to B and table B and come back to it? Is that what we're gonna do?
Yep. What I would recommend is that you read the title of the resolution into the record, ask for a motion to table, and once it's tabled, then we'll read the item C and discuss that.
Very good. Okay, this is Resolution 22-30, fiscal year '23, proposed ad valorem millage. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach adopting the proposed ad valorem millage rate for the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, for fiscal year 2022-2023, commencing October 1st, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, for the purpose of providing sufficient funds for the general fund, setting the second and final budget adoption public hearing for Thursday, September 22nd, 2022, at 5:01 PM, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion to table this resolution?
I'll move to table Resolution 22-30.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. That's been tabled. We'll get back to that. So then we'll go over to item C, which is Resolution 22-31, fiscal year 22-23 tentative budget. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach adopting the tentative budget for fiscal year 2022-2023, commencing October 1st, 2022, and ending on September 30th, 2023. Setting the second and final budget adoption public hearing for Thursday, September 22nd, 2022, at 5:01 PM, and providing for an effective date. Okay.
Okay, so now we're talking about the millage rate?
No,
No, we're talking about the
Budget.
budget now. Get back to the millage rate. Any comments?
Well, just
Discussion?
to help perhaps lead you off, so on page 292 of your packet, we have the summary page, which is basically what we call the add-on list. Right now, we're projecting, if you look at the middle of the right-hand column, that of the funds available for the add-on list, and then you see the potential add-on items in a box, and you have a column that shows what could be funded with the available funds. So this would be the appropriate time for the council to discuss whether they want to fund these items and fund them at the level listed or some other level as part of your discussions.
I guess what I'm seeing is that the funds are available to do the add-on list at the current millage rate.
No, I believe the add-on list assumes the additional money that would be generated by going to the .99.
Okay, but the top has the .95.
It does, and I think it shows that the difference between the .95 and the .91, am I correct, Sherry, that, so if you were to say you wanted to go back to 0.95, we would have to give the list a haircut.
That's what I thought I was saying.
Okay, that's what I just want to be clear.
And I guess my concern is that I see things on here, many things that I am in favor of moving forward with and would like to see accomplished. However, in my discussions with staff, the street lighting is something that is different than many of these because it's going to be a multi-year problem, and that if we don't go with the millage rate increase this year for this, we would have to go for it in the future. So we're putting ourselves in a bind if we don't go with the millage rate. Am I understanding that?
Well, so you have items on here that are recurring. So for example, the beach renourishment is going to be a 2-year recurring item. The lighting, depending upon the strategy that the council picks, will be, potentially a 5-year item.
I see two that say multi-year funding, beach renourishment and amber lights.
Right. The community policing item, for example, would be a recurring item theoretically if that gets supported. There are some, for example, the fishing pier is a one and done, the resilience study is a one and done. The Bay Oaks personnel will have an impact in subsequent fiscal years. So there are some items that are recurring and there are some items that are one and done. But my concern is always that if we have to have a structurally balanced budget, which means that for things that are going to be recurring, that they have a recurring funded stream and are not operating off of one-time revenues. So to the extent that some of these items are recurring and are supported, they will need recurring revenue to support them.
Okay, if I can interject here, Madam,
Sure, go ahead.
just for maybe, for the sake of streamlining and kind of getting my idea out there. First, I'd like to make a comment that I think next year and going forward, I would personally like to see a much deeper dive into the general core budget as to potential savings that could be made in there. Unless you're an accountant, you can go through that and some things just say general. Well, I don't know what general means. And I understand that I can ask and I can get the information, but I think it would be an important information for people that maybe do this for a living, that they could see it publicly to see if there's a chance to maybe save some money in the core budget. That's just a comment moving forward.
And can I just explain one thing to you about it? Because I think I want to make sure we set realistic expectations. So there's no question that there's perhaps a little room to fine tune some of those numbers, as you're suggesting, Councilman Allers. But as you fine tune them, all you do is reduce the amount of money you have in the subsequent year for initiatives. So if we budget $100 and we only spend $80, that $20 falls into that pool that you now have that's part of this $2+ million for the subsequent year's initiative. So if you want us to fine tune that back, we can do that, but so you just have to be aware that that means that number in subsequent years is going to be a lot smaller.
And I understand that, and I'm not saying, try to guess to a T what something is gonna cost for the next year, because we don't know what that could be, but I'm trying to look at it as maybe there's some things in there that we no longer need, that could be reallocated somewhere else. That's kind of all I'm getting at, is a little deeper dive into is there ways to save money? Reference an old movie that was out there. There was a president that went in and he sat down, and he was an accountant, and he sat down with the staff, and they figured out a way to make an initiative work by ways that they could budget things. And it kind of struck me and thought, well, why isn't that something that we could maybe do? So that's my statement as far as that goes. As far as the add-on list that goes here, when I look at the $171,585 that the proposed millage rate could or would generate, and then I look at the list as the staff has laid out, based on the initiatives that the council has put forward that are important, the only thing that's kind of glaring to me that I think that could absorb that 171,000 maybe for the first year, but still allow some money to go into it until we further know what final costs may be, would be the Bay Oaks FF&E that's in here for the 500,000. I think it's very important that we need to put money aside for that, but I think it's a potential opportunity to absorb that cost into that. As we found out with the stormwater, it was much more expensive now than we expected. And there's a potential that when we do finally send out Bay Oaks for bid, that it's so far expensive that it's not something that we can jump on right away. I'm just trying to think ahead. And this is an opportunity, I think, in tough times to be able to not raise taxes, still absorb the fee that we would generate from the millage rate increase, and still achieve the goals that were important to the council throughout the year.
That's a policy decision for you all. If you want to, punt on the FF&E for Bay Oaks, of course, you can do that.
And, I understand what you're saying, Dan, and I think it's more, like looking at some of the other numbers here. I just don't like, it seems like we're kind of kicking the can down the road. But now, one thing that I'm looking at is this beach renourishment, and I understand that nearly half of that is in mobilization and demobilization. I also know that after we had our, the meeting here about getting people to sign an easement, that there's a lot of people on a lot of section of this that aren't interested in getting sand. They're not gonna sign the easement, but they're still in this, let's call it a Cadillac plan of renourishment. So, I think there's room where we could scale that back, maybe look at what we did 10, 11 years ago, where it just went just past where TPI is now. And don't try to work so hard to get sand in front of people's houses that they don't want and pay for it. Another option would be to try to join up with somebody else to reduce the mobilization and demobilization fees. The big problem with that, I think, is Leonardo Arms. I hate to delay that unless there was a huge cost saving. So that's an area, I think, where there might be some ability to reduce the outlay. Now, the numbers would have to be worked up. I mean, because $1 million is an awful round number, so I assume that's an installment on a multi-year thing, so it's maybe not as
See if I can
flexible.
help you. So right now, for the Cadillac plan, as you've called it, is $3.5 million. Typically, if we thought that everyone was gonna sign the easement form over 2 fiscal years, we would have split that 3.5 into 2 fiscal years, and we would have budgeted 1,750 each year, and, that's what we would have done. But we agree that there's a good likelihood that not everyone will sign on. So we think $1 million is a good number to start us off with, and next year, if it turns out instead of being $2.5 million, because people don't sign easements, it's only another $1 million, we're halfway funded. But if you want to,
So you said that $1 million is you already taking into account that we won't expect.
yeah, so let's just say the inverse happens, that everybody did sign up, we would have to come up with 2.5 next year.
And now, the other thing is and it seems to follow the same kind of path that we talked about with housing, the amber streetlights. Now, it seems to me that the way things work, we have a fixture now. I understand the county is working on design for the crosswalks, although they're not very far along, and they're doing it, we think, in-house, right? So it's taking a while, so whenever it maybe not their highest priority. So in the way things progress, in my mind, is that probably in this budget year, that all we'll be able to get is a design for the streetlights. That I don't think that FPNL is going to be ready to put in poles, install lights within this budget year. That's my gut feel.
Well, I'll give you an update, because I spoke with Mr. Harner today about getting a potential, as people may or may not know, the fixture did get through its testing. It's not in the tariff program yet, but I gotta believe that, and maybe Councilor Adderhall, this is maybe your realm as far as tariffs work and working with FPNL on that.
There's just some additional procedural steps, but the big hurdle has been crossed.
So that potential cost could go down, but I did ask him if he could provide me with some numbers, assuming again that this doesn't doesn't get into the tariff program, but I believe that it will, and everyone I've talked to, it's just a matter of time before it gets there. They are down the road with designing with the new fixture for the crosswalks. The design numbers would be $350,000 to do the rest of Estero Boulevard. And then the way it currently sits without it being in the tariff program would be about 4.1 million. So you're looking at about 4.5 million rough cost to do all of Estero Boulevard with the new fixture, assuming it doesn't make the tariff.
But if it does make the tariff, what would your estimate be?
They don't have those numbers yet because FPL's got to do their work, but
But
it would
is
be
it-
significantly less,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
I
Well, they
think-
would need to know, do the design, figure out how many extra poles, because the upfront cost, right, is the extra poles.
Well, now that they know that the fixture is there, they're going to move forward. What I've been told is they're going to move forward with that new fixture. So they know the fixture, so the photometric study can be done, the design can be done. By the time the design gets done, will be in next year. And are we going to see poles in the ground in the next 6 months to a year? Probably not. We may see the crosswalks done. They may want to do it in segments. It's just, at this point, I think, like we have done with workforce housing, I think it's very important to show that we are serious about getting this done. It's something that the community wants, it's something that we want, and by setting this money aside, it shows the county that we're willing to enter into an agreement with them, that they design it, they implement it, they install it, and then we take care of the electric bill like we do now.
Now, so, okay, the 350K design, is that the entire design, including the crosswalks?
That's on top of the crosswalks. They've already started the design process on the crosswalks themselves.
So that would be our share, essentially.
Our share of the redesign, or the designing of the rest of Estero Boulevard.
So, just so everyone understands, I've also talked with, well, Mr. Hunter and other people at the county. And our conversations have been around the concept of that we would budget $500,000 a year through the design and through the implementation of the new lights payable to the county to get the new lighting system in with, and hopefully with, as we now know, the new fixture. So that's, I wasn't really worrying about, well, we budget 400 this year and 700 next year and $1 million a year after. It was like just a steady $500,000 a year, each fiscal year, till we get the system in. Makes it a lot more manageable for the town and its budget, gives the county a steady stream of income in terms of what we're gonna be doing and how we're gonna do it. As Councilman Allen shows the commitment for us to work collaboratively with them. So that's why we have the $500,000, then perhaps a more refined number that could be generated for only the design.
And what's your feeling about this 350K for our portion of the design? You think that's reasonable? To me, it seems awful high considering that we've already got some preliminary designs.
Well, I think that we have to enter into an agreement with Lee County, and once we get into some of the details of that, we can analyze that. That's their estimate, but I don't know if that's a good number or bad number. We may say, okay, it's that, but we want to be able to review the bills, or whatever. We'll put that in that agreement. But the short version, I think, for today's purpose is a couple things. One is, is going through the county the preferred route? I believe it is, and I hope you do too, but I think that's the preferred route. I think showing good faith to the county by budgeting a sizable amount of money to show them that it's our intention to see the project through with them is a good idea, and I strongly suggest that to you. And yeah, there'll be an agreement that comes back, but I don't know if the county's going to want to write up a 20-page agreement if they don't see a commitment of some funding.
Now, let's talk about what you were envisioning for this commitment, because Councilman Ellis says something about, we pay the county, they put in the lights, and we pay the electricity. But that would be if the county owned it, it wasn't an FP&L system?
Well,
because the tariff is another thing.
Just for parallel, what happened was that I'm just going back to the joint outfalls. We signed an agreement with the county, and we installed the outfalls, and then the county paid us.
Right.
based on an agreement. Well, this is kind of the same concept, but just in the inverse. The county would be the lead, and we would fund the work that they do on our behalf. So it's kind of a similar concept.
But I'm looking at these two different alternatives, and one is to say, you pay the upfront cost for the poles, and then you get on the tariff program, which is a lot upfront, but then a small amount of money for the long
Aren't we
term.
even saying that we're not?
Well,
gonna do that?
but then this idea about putting a lot of money, if you're paying the counter to do it, and we're putting, was it 3.5 million you said? Then after that, I would expect the county to take care of it. I wouldn't expect us to be paying something like a tariff.
Well, there's two parts of this. There's the capital part of putting in the poles and the lights,
Right.
and then there's the ongoing electrical bill / maintenance.
The tariff program, yes.
Okay?
The tariff is unrelated to those ongoing expenses. The tariff is the structure that sets up the discount for the infrastructure. It's unrelated to the day-to-day electrical costs.
And don't we pay those now?
We do.
We pay them now.
Okay.
So that part of it would stay the same.
Yeah, the question is, who implements the project? Do we work through the county to get it implemented, or do we do it ourselves? Do we hire our own designer? Do we sign the agreement with FP&L? Do we take, that, or do we use the county who, according to what they said on the record, has the experience or whatever of doing these lighting systems throughout the county to be able to, with the greater expertise, to be able to be the lead on this? And it makes sense to me that they are. Obviously, we want to make sure we get good value for our money, and we'll do that through the agreement.
But that's not what we're here to decide today. We're here
It's
to
just-
decide the budget.
Right, well, the budget,
we're
but behind the budget is the concept of, are we gonna show this good faith leading
Right.
to this agreement by setting aside a specific amount of money?
Ricky,
But we don't have to make any commitment to the county today. We just make a commitment by saying we're setting aside the money and seeing how our agreement works out with them.
That's correct.
But we're kind of making forays into these numbers to see whether what kind of room there is.
Right.
Because, the real thing comes back to whether do you need a millage increase or not? That's the real question we're trying to answer.
So now that we've talked about that, I just want to go back to what my initial thought process was when I was talking about the millage rate increase and potentially the Bay Oaks FF&E absorbing that. I wouldn't refer to it as kicking the can down the road because the can hasn't even made it to the road yet. So until that can's there, there's nothing to kick. And
Still full of beer.
and we're still allocating money to the project. Once we get what the actual build costs are going to be, then we have to make decisions from there. But we have still started the process of putting money aside for the FF&E. Again, what's that gonna cost? We don't know yet. So I'm in favor of not raising the millage rate, absorbing that difference in the money that the millage rate would increase into the Bay Oaks FF&E, so reduce that number, that amount, and keep it as it is. Everything else, it seems like they've done a very good job of putting it together based on our conversations over the years, over
Yeah.
the year.
So Roger, I'm guessing from the Bay Oaks personnel that you think that we're gonna be, starting to move into Bay Oaks in the last quarter of the budget year?
We have to bring people on and get them trained and, before the building opens. So, yeah, but it'd be my hope that by the end of next fiscal year, the building would be open.
And I have a lot, we've talked here a lot about our community, and I have a lot of faith in our community, and when it comes time to step up to make things happen, they've, in my opinion, never let us down. So I believe that there will be some support from the community once this building starts coming out of the ground to make sure it's the best facility for everybody that's gonna use it. And if the Friends of Lovers Key can get off the ground, I believe that they are very, very well-equipped to raise some money, and they certainly have a champion in me behind them to do anything I can do to help, so, as well as, I'm sure, my fellow council members. But that's my thought process on it. I will yield to anybody else's comments.
One kind of comment that the town manager made is that, a lot of decisions we make, like he said, trying to fine tune the core budget, it just comes back to you the next year. And a lot of these numbers a lot of the big numbers here, you know, the million, the 500,000, and if you do the community policing at 200,000, those are back next year too. So anything we kick, you know, so you start to build up considerable momentum in expenses. And the other thing we have going on is that we have, you know, we haven't seen the estimates from Bay Oaks. And looking at what happened with the estimates from Bayfront Park, you know, that could be a real eye-opener.
Yeah, and I'm trying to just look at it as every, you know, we're in a tough year. Everybody has seen their trim notices. I'm sure everyone has received emails or calls, you know, when people have noticed what it's going up to. Now, I think people are educated enough to understand what percentage of that actually goes to the town, but.
Not all.
Not all, but it's a very easy thing to point out when you actually dive into the numbers and show them the numbers and where to focus. Next year could be much different, could be much worse. We know, as Allison said, we don't have a crystal ball, so I certainly don't have one. I just know what's in front of us now. It's inflation, it's higher gas taxes, it's just everything across the board is higher. And if there's some way that we can live within the budget that the staff has proposed by not raising the millage rate and maybe taking a little off of something that is an unknown, it just, to me, makes sense that that's a pretty streamlined path.
Well, if I could just briefly chime in on this, I'm concerned that these are not, although they're one-time expenditures, they're gonna be stretched out over multiple years. And in order to be fiscally responsible and pay for our priorities, I think this millage rate is appropriate in order for us to be fiscally responsible. And let me just say why briefly. First of all, let me, to the point that was just recently made,
Which one?
I think the increased millage rate is appropriate at this point. And let me just explain why. First of all, my property tax bill for, if the proposed budget change is adopted for 2022, my total property tax bill is $5,318.90. I have a two-bedroom condo on Fort Myers Beach, and we have a homestead tax credit. So out of that, $5,300, just to everybody's point, I think it's worth repeating. The largest amount of that, $2,119 goes to the schools. $2,119. The next largest part goes to the county, Lee County, $1,376. The next largest part of my property tax bill, my one-time annual fee bill, it's to the fire department, $1,213.04. Next on that list is the town of Fort Myers Beach, which will be $352.80. Last year, my property tax bill for 2021, the portion that went to Fort Myers Beach was $327.30. So, for $25.50 additionally this year for the Fort Myers Beach section, I will, as a taxpayer, get proper Estero Boulevard lighting, which is something we've all been talking about for the last few years. I think it's almost universally considered a priority. 2 additional community police officers, and beach renourishment, which for parts of the island are critical, for $25.50. I think in order to pay our bills and do what we say we're going to do and take care of the priorities of the future, I think it's a reasonable proposal, and it will have my support.
Anybody else?
Well, you know, I did a deep dive. I see you're looking at your trim statement, but I went on LIPA and did a deep dive to all the towns and unincorporated areas of Lee County, and it was pretty insightful. I've heard talk about that we're at the bottom, you know, for tax rates, but we're this, you know, government light, and that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's on a diet. What it means is that we don't have a fire department, we don't have a library. We don't have our own mosquito abatement district. Those are separate districts. We did this a while ago, and I compared like some of the, like Fort Myers, Bonita, and Estero. They all are on the county's library system, and they pay 0.49 mils, right? Sandoval Bay's 0.43. Our library is 0.28. So our library is cheaper by quite a bit than the other ones. What we have that's more expensive is our fire department. Our fire department is almost 3, it's 2.98. And Benita and Estero are around 2.2. And Sanibel, for some reason, is 1.1. But when it all comes out in the wash, the amount that, so it's kind of, it's hard to go through and say, what are we charging our town compared to the people like in Cape Coral and Fort Myers? Because they have fire departments, they have police departments, so it's in their mix. But the ones that don't, and that would be Benita and Estero, we're higher than both of them by a bit. San Carlos pays the county 0.84 without any kind of town. That's their fee. That's like their town fee. Benita's 0.81 and Estero's 0.77. So we're not out of line with everybody, and we're 0.95 now. We're not out of line with everybody, but we're kind of near the top when I look at real comparables. If anybody wants to see this breakdown. Another thing that was really interesting is Sanibel, they have 3 voted-on taxing districts. They have one for their sewer, one for their rec center, and one for land acquisition. So every year, those were voted on by the people, which I think, I know it's late now because November's coming up pretty soon, but to actually have the people vote on paying for something is the purest way to make sure that's what they want. So in the future, I think that may be something to look at for the town. Another interesting thing is that Sanibel has a police department, but they pay the county the same amount as we do. So with their police department, and I've cycled around Sanibel a bunch, and I don't think I've seen the sheriff on the island.
All right. So, so are we at a point where we can agree to adopt this tentatively?
Well, I think what we do is we're moving this to hearing on Thursday, September 22nd at 5:01.
What you'll do is, you'll reach general consensus, and then you'll table it. So then we can take up the other resolution, which under state law, you must adopt before you adopt your tentative budget.
Okay, well, if we're looking for consensus, my consensus is I wouldn't change anything major at the budget at this point, and I would be ready to vote to move it to second hearing and go back to deal with the millage rate.
I thought you just said you had to, did you say you had to table this?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that.
Searching for the consensus, so I was
yeah,
trying to make a
consensus.
statement that maybe everybody could agree
And then,
with, so that.
I agree with
then move to table.
Okay. So do we have consensus then? Yeah?
Sounds like it.
Yep.
Okay.
Can
I'll
we take a
move-
quick break before we?
Yeah, sure. We'll break for 5. 7:22. All right,
Didn't want to miss this ordinance gymnastics we have to do.
we're back at 7:26. Okay, so we have agreement, tentative agreement on the tentative budget, right? Or consensus at the moment. So now we're going back to the ad valorem millage?
Do we have to make a motion to table that, to go back?
Okay,
That's correct. You need to make a motion to table Resolution 22-31.
okay.
I'll make a resolution to table 22 dash, what was I at?
31.
22-31.
I'll sec, okay.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously.
I'll move to place back on the table
2230.
resolution
2230.
22-30.
Second.
It's been moved and second to bring it back onto the table. Any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Did I read this already?
You read the title, yes, sir. What normally we do is that before once the council's discussed the millage and ready to vote, either you or I can then read, generally for the purposes of compliance with the statute, is read section 2 in its entirety into the record.
Okay. So does someone want to make a motion to approve the proposed ad valorem millage?
Well, we're not actually approving it, we're just setting it for second hearing, right?
You're approving what's considered to be the tentative, or, I'm sorry, because the statute uses different terminology for the same documents. You're adopting the tentative budget, and you're adopting in Resolution 2130 the proposed millage rate.
Okay, I'll move to adopt the proposed millage rate in Resolution 21-30 and set this for further hearing on Thursday, September 22nd at 5:01 PM.
Not to be a stickler, 2230.
You said 21.
Well, that's what it says on my packet, so I read it. I apologize that I read what it said.
No, thank you, but I think it's 2230.
It's, I know it's supposed to be 22, I'm just saying my packet says 21. We need to change that.
Okay, is there a second to the vice mayor's motion? I'll second it.
So,
Discussion.
just to be clear, so I understand this, so we're basically, is this the same thing, we're setting it as .99, but we can reduce it at the next meeting, or we can't?
Yes.
We
Yes.
can.
Okay.
All right, any discussion? Any objection?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, oh, you want to read?
Open up public
Oh,
hearings.
public comment, okay. Is there any public comment? No?
And then if,
Close public comment.
read section 2 into the record.
Section 2.
You want me to read it?
Oh,
Town
on the
council does
resolution.
hereby adopt the proposed operating
ahead,
ad
you can read
valorem
it.
millage rate for the fiscal year 2022-2023 at .9900 mils, which is .9900 for each 1,000 of the assessed valuation. The current year rolled back rate is .8368 mils. The proposed operating millage rate is 15% greater than the rolled back rate.
No, the correct number is 18.68 with the updated information.
18.68.
And then, just to be clear, just to reiterate, this is to carry it to the next.
Yes.
We still have the option at
Yep.
the next meeting.
Yes, but
To drop it if you want.
obviously you drop the millage rate, there's
Sure.
not,
No, I get it.
the budget has to be adjusted accordingly.
It's kind of an ad valorem chicken game we're playing.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. All right, final public comment.
No.
No, oh, back to C?
Yes.
Back to C. Back to C we go.
I'll make a motion to reopen Resolution 22-31.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Yes, sir.
In public hearing technicality.
To open it.
This is just
Open.
open.
This is just to open it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, yeah. to reopen, put back on the table, as it were. Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. So now it's back on the table. Now, is there any public comment regarding the tentative budget? Hearing none, we'll close the public comment. Now, is there a motion to approve? Or do we want to approve this tentatively?
Yes, you would
Okay.
Approve 2231.
Okay,
To,
approve tentatively.
But then I don't.
No, just approve Resolution 22-31. The title of the resolution's already been read into the record, so unless you have any further modifications to it, it would be simply to approve it.
so then, this would be set in stone, and then we're gonna reopen this again.
It's a replay in 2 weeks.
So this is
That's
the,
correct.
okay.
So it's adopting the tentative budget and setting the final budget adoption hearing for
22nd.
the 22nd at 5:01 PM.
Tentative, I think, is the word we were searching for.
Tentative is the word that the statute uses, that the Resolution 2231 is adopting your tentative budget.
I'll move to adopt the tentative budget in Resolution -22-31.
I'll second. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we'll go to final public comment. Is there any final public comment from anyone? Hearing none. Town manager's item?
Okay, just very briefly, I've, as directed, I contacted the county about the foot of the bridge landscaping. The county has advised me that they plan on proceeding with an agreement with Margaritaville to assume that maintenance responsibility, and assuming that they can reach an agreement with Margaritaville, that issue will be resolved.
Very good.
So we're not gonna be a part of it at all?
At this point, no.
Well done, Roger.
Town attorney?
Yes, sir, I have one item. I need to request, hold on, if I can get to the, so I can read the appropriate language. In accordance with section 286.011, subsection 8, Florida statutes, I'm hereby requesting a shade meeting at a time and date to be arranged with the city manager and, I'm sorry, the town clerk, is what I meant to say, sorry. With regard to the litigation entitled Prasad Properties, Inc. versus Fort Myers Beach, case number 21 CV 0384 JLB, which is the litigation involving the Sunset Grill restaurant. The property owner has submitted a proposed settlement offer that outside counsel and myself would like to discuss with you in a shade meeting session to get direction on to accept, reject, make a counteroffer. And certainly, prior to that meeting, we can arrange for private briefings on what that settlement offer is, either with myself, with outside counsel, or with both of us, with each one of you, and then be ready to have that discussion when we schedule the shade meeting. But again, from a practical standpoint, unless there's any objection, we would try to make have that shade meeting maybe at 1 o'clock prior to the next regular council meeting, which is scheduled for the 22nd, 2 weeks.
3-day?
1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, as it were.
Up.
Okay, that sounds all right.
Or 2. I mean, we probably need an hour. I'm sorry, I meant to say 2.
I may have, I was gonna bring it up later, but I may have a conflict, I have a conflict with the next meeting. It is a scheduling error on my part that I will actually be out of town for my stepdaughter's wedding.
We can have it the first meeting in October. I actually also have a conflict. Mr. Sanabria will be attending on my behalf, but I certainly would have communications with each one of you and with him and with Mr. Hockman, who's our outside counsel appointed by the League of Cities, to make sure that everyone's up to speed on what it is that we've received in the form of a settlement offer, and you know, ultimately what your direction is to us in the form of a potential response.
So what do you think? Do you think it's all right to wait till the beginning of October?
I certainly, I would, you know, always prefer, particularly on a piece of litigation, to have all of you present, physically present, and for myself also to be present, to have those conversations. This is obviously a case that's got a lot of moving parts, as you all are familiar with, and you know, so we would obviously like the opportunity to have that meeting with you and discuss that. I'd probably, in an abundance of caution, I'm also going to use this opportunity to ask for another shade meeting involving the same parties. I don't have the case number. Hold on, give me a moment. Because they're starting to converge. The piece of property or the litigation that we commonly refer to as the Junkanoo litigation, for the two houses next to the restaurant. The deadline for implementing that settlement agreement is coming forward. And so we'll probably be having a conversation we need to have a conversation with you all as to what you all, the settlement agreement does have a provision, and this is a matter of public record, so I certainly feel comfortable saying it publicly, that we can go to court to enforce that settlement document.
Now,
And seek fines against the property owner for failure to comply with that settlement agreement.
now, since there's shade meetings, is there any kind of advertising requirement for this?
We will have to notice them, yes, sir.
And when you say shade meeting, is that what we used to call executive session?
Yeah, executive, attorney-client privilege, you know, outside of the sunshine.
Yeah.
Where those that are in attendance are the city commission, the manager, the town attorney, and any outside counsel that's included in that notice, and it'll be transcribed by a court reporter for memorialization, and at the end of any litigation related to that shade session or that meeting, the public, those transcripts then would be made, would become public records.
I have no objection to setting a meeting that's not on a day when we have another meeting to get this moving forward. For example, if you're going to be in town for an LPA meeting or something later this month, and you want to do it at 1 p.m. that day.
Well, obviously, I need to coordinate with outside counsel and their availability, but certainly we can, you know, it doesn't have to be those days. The statute says I need to ask for the meeting, and then we will coordinate the actual scheduling of it and get the notices out and do the things we need to do to comply with the statute.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know that I'm willing to come at another time. We don't have to have another meeting already going on. I consider this important stuff that we need to deal with, and
Very flexible.
So
I don't mind taking a special trip from a quarter mile away. So Amy's going to coordinate.
Yeah, give me a moment, if I can, I'll find it real quick, so.
While you're looking, John, Roger, is the budget meeting on the 22nd? We obviously know that's at 5:01. Are we having an additional 3 o'clock meeting as well on that day? Do we know yet?
Yes, we will, but I think we're gonna have a longer recess. I don't think it's gonna be as, it's gonna take 2 full hours per se.
Zoning issues, et cetera?
There's a couple items, but I don't think there's anything that's particularly complicated.
But we should plan to be here at 3 on the 22nd then.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So the other litigation, is styled, my computer will do what it's supposed to do. That is, the case, the style of that case is Persad Properties, FL Investments LLC versus Town of Fort Myers Beach. Case number 2017-CA-000219, pending in the 20th Judicial Circuit in Fort Lee County.
Is it the same opposing counsel on both of the cases?
You know what, I do not know if
If it is, it would make
if it
sense
is, so you know, it's,
schedule them both on the same day.
well, it's the same attorneys on our side. They're, you know, at this point in time, the reason why I'm asking for, this second shade session is to discuss and to get guidance from you all on what strategy and expenditures you want us to move forward on potentially enforcing the agreed-upon settlement agreement that, at this point in time, is the property owner, we believe, has breached. So, who's on the other side is not relevant necessarily for either of the shade meetings.
Just asking, I
Yeah,
thought it would make
so.
it easier for.
Anything else, Mr. Attorney?
No, that's it.
Okay,
I
thank you.
just need you all to say yes, go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, council member items. Councilman Allers.
Just have the one that I briefly mentioned. I have a scheduling conflict with a wedding in Colorado for our budget meeting on the 22nd. If it would be all right, I would like to attend by Zoom. I checked with the town attorney, and he said that I'm within my right to do that, should the council agree to allow me to do it.
That's fine.
Yep, I agree.
Consent.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Will that be before the reception or after the reception?
Before.
Okay. All right.
During.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
In the interest of brevity this evening, I will pass on any items.
That's what I like about you. Councilman Underhill.
I have a question, and then I wanted to bring up this veterans issue if I could. Questions for the town manager, so I'll let him get settled. Mr. Town Manager, I had a constituent inquiry regarding the closure of Lover's Key State Park. And their query was, what is the process with the state and the county and the town to convey that type of information? There was a lot of confusion. Of course, the state was rather cryptic about the closure and didn't really announce it in a way that was, you know, it didn't appear to be full disclosure or transparency. And I think there was a lot of folks on the south end of the island who were swimming and out and about and have pets, et cetera, and they were curious, was there ever any harm to Fort Myers Beach? If there was, or how would we have known? Do you know procedurally the process for that? And
Generally, it's the county health department that would issue that notice, and they would notify us if we were affected.
so the state closes Lover's Key, then they notify the county, then the county would notify us?
It's the county health department notifies the state to close Lover's Key.
Okay. And so have you heard any information about any surrounding beaches? Because it is,
The typical thing is if you're not affected, they don't call you before they put out the announcement. If you are affected, they do.
okay. I just think there was a lot of confusion. And again, I'm not saying it's the town's fault. It's just procedurally getting information out about that closure of Lover's Key State Park. It seems like the state and the county could have done a better job in terms of communicating why, how, and if they don't know, that's information in and of itself. That's fine, but
Did you hear what the hypothesis was about?
no, what was it?
From what I heard, there was a there was a herd of manatees out there mating, and then what they found on the beach was manatee crap that washed up. They're like little cow pies, you know, that you would see on the farm, and so they assumed the worst. This is the story that I got, and decided in an abundance of caution, they decided to close the park to swimming.
Interesting.
And then after that, it was to be followed up by testing by the county DOH to see.
Interesting you say that, because we saw a number of manatees out in the ocean those same days. Yeah. Okay, the last item, and I'll try to be brief, unless Council Veach has something, but I'll try to be brief on this. I've been really wrestling and studying this Veterans Memorial issue for Bayside Park, and I did quite a bit of research on a concept that I think is going to be I hope you'll be pleased with this, or at least be open to it. And it'll be something that I'd ask for the M&P process to consider. I thought, as I was down at the Bayside Park, I grabbed the design team from the design firm, the architect, et cetera, and we went over and looked at the land that's designated for the Veterans Memorial. And then I asked Barbara Hill to come over, who's an expert on public art and art in and of itself, and we discussed a layout potentially of two monuments, if you will, that would be low to the ground. And my suggestion is that we have two quotes, a quote from President Kennedy and a quote from President Reagan that honor the veterans. And I spent a lot of time trying to find the appropriate quote from both Kennedy and Reagan. And I came up with a couple quotes that I think are not only honoring of the veterans, but also engage the broader public in terms of their civic responsibilities based upon all the brave things that the men and women who've served in our military have done. Because I think, with the volunteer military, fewer and fewer people every day are serving in the military, so it's important for us to engage them any way we can. So I think Amy's got a list or a copy of the quotes, but I'll read them just for the public to get their input as well. And again, this is it's tough to find quotes that fit the circumstance, because there's just not as much as you'd think out there. The first quote was by President Reagan. He says, quote, "Veterans know better than anyone else the price of freedom, for they've suffered the scars of war. We can offer them no better tribute than to protect what they have won for us." And then President Kennedy's quote is something I'm sure you're probably familiar with. "Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and success of liberty." And both President Reagan and John F. Kennedy were both veterans of World War II, had completely different and unique World War II experiences, but they were also both pivotal in I think, the success and the winning of the Cold War. It's bipartisan. I also, as I also discussed it with the design team, potentially putting a flagpole on that. If you're facing Bayside Park, that right corner it doesn't have anything on it. It would sort of balance the Fort Myers Beach sign. This is all via Barbara Hill, who knows a lot more about these things than I do. And she was concerned that the monument be low to the ground, so it didn't obstruct the view, which she's right on. But here's the thing that was really interesting. As we discussed the concept and the layout, Barbara Hill said to me, she said, I have a very close personal friend who did all the etchings. He literally etched all the names on the Vietnam Memorial for the beautiful, one of the most beautiful war memorials in the world, quite honestly. And he lives in Sanibel, and he has a studio in Sanibel, and he's a personal friend of mine, known him for years. So the concept would be to find two, and again, I'll leave it to the art experts to figure out what kind of material. It would be two low to the ground monuments, if you will, that would contain these plaques, potentially have the flagpole that would fly overhead with the American flag, and then have these quotes on the memorial, and again etched in a way and etched by the artist who actually did the etching for the Vietnam War Memorial out in D.C. I talked at length with Forrest Kritzer about this. He loved the idea. Again, Barbara Hill's my art advisor, and then the artist in Sanibel is a gentleman by the name of Luke Century. And again, he literally developed a technology and a methodology for etching all those names in that Vietnam War Memorial. And how cool would it be to have an artist who worked on the Vietnam War Memorial to work on our Veterans Tribute or Memorial, if you will. So anyways, just food for thought. It'll be on an M&P if you guys consent to that. We can discuss it further, but I wanted to sort of get it out there for you all to consider and for the public to think about, and just get that process going. Whether this be the answer or not, at least we'll begin that discussion process.
Sounds good to me.
And I like the idea, but I want to add one really quick thing. And because one idea I had that they would complement this is we have pavers on that system to allow people to, people live on the island, have family members that are veterans, to etch their name, service,
honor them,
service, and then maybe instead of doing it as a fundraiser, we could just, maybe the town would do it at cost.
I think that's a great idea.
Two fine quotes you found, Jim.
Thank you.
By two Irishmen, I might add.
You know, if I could add to that real quick, Jim, I had someone mention an idea to me based on quotes, you know, before I even knew anything about this, and I thought it was kind of neat. I support this idea, but if there was a way that you could make it at night through some sort of hologram that wouldn't block the view during the day,
Yeah.
but at night you could still see it and it would attract people.
I
thought it was a good idea.
I love that idea as well, and this artist works in all different forms and uses all different types of materials, so maybe he uses glass as well, so maybe there's a way that you could illuminate it at night. Again, these monuments would be low to the ground, so they wouldn't obstruct the view, but you'd kind of have that awe-inspiring presence of being able to see it at night, so it could be very cool.
Very good. Bill, do you have anything?
Only 8 or 9 things. No, just kidding, I don't have anything.
I could throw this, too. Okay, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second.
Move seconded, no objection. We're adjourned at 7:52. Thank you.
Council up past our bedtime. That's a nice idea, I like it. You know, I really wasn't.